never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
USA Radio News.
I'm Tony Marissa reporting. As Ukrainian forces take back territory, teams are working hard in the newly liberated areas to clear explosives placed by Russian forces. The Halo Trust is training up more and more people to help with the clear-up effort. Michael Newton is head of region for Europe for the NGO, and he had this to say. When former President Donald Trump touched down in Minden, Nevada on Saturday to campaign for a slate of Republican candidates, he landed in a town of just under 3,500 people, about 0.1% of the state's population. It's a tiny stop for the former president, who rode stronger than expected turnout in rural stretches of the country like Minden to the White House in 2016. But it highlights just how important rural counties are to Nevada Republicans, such as Senate nominee Adam Lexalt and gubernatorial hopeful Joe Lombardo, in the critical midterm elections. We believe that rural Nevada is the key to turning our state back, Laxalt said during a stop late last year in Winnemucca, a mining town of under 8,000 people in northern Humboldt County. By pardoning Americans with federal convictions for marijuana possession, President Joe Biden said he aimed to partially redress decades of anti-drug laws that disproportionately harm blacks and Latino communities. While Biden's executive action will benefit thousands of people by making it easier for them to find housing, get a job, or apply to college, it does nothing to help the hundreds of thousands of mostly black and Hispanic Americans still burdened by state convictions for marijuana-related offenses, not to mention the millions more with other drug offenses on their records. Advocates for overhauling the nation's drug laws are hopeful that Biden's pardons lead state lawmakers to pardon and expunge minor drug offenses from people's records. This is USA Radio News.
Mike Lindell and MyPillow offering the BOGO extravaganza right now on a whole slew of MyPillow products. Now you can find all sorts of great deals on MyPillow bed sheets, Giza Elegance MyPillow, 6-piece towel sets, Roll and Go Anywhere pillows, much more, all priced buy one, get one free. Go to mypillow.com/USA, use promo code USA, or call 1-800-951-8175 and find you some great MyPillow products. They're all available. Oh, by the way, you can also get Mike's book absolutely free with any purchase, but you have to go to mypillow.com/USA or call 1-800-951-8175 and make sure you use the promo code. The buy one, get one extravaganza going on right now at mypillow.com.
Russia says the bridge linking Crimea to Russia is now partially open to light traffic after the explosion that collapsed sections of the rail and road supply route for Russian troops in southern Ukraine. In an interview with the BBC, Ukrainian MP Alexei Goncharenko said more than a bridge has been damaged.
The bridge is not destroyed but damaged, but the image of Putin is destroyed.
With 1 month until Election Day, former President Trump stopped by a Save America rally Saturday evening in Minden, Tahoe, Nevada, to encourage GOP voters to turn out. The former commander-in-chief issuing a warning if Republican voters don't turn out on November 8th.
If the radical Democrats keep their grip on the House and the Senate, your finances, your family, your community, and your country will never be able to recover. We're at a tipping point. This is right now a tipping point.
Trump urged them to vote a straight ticket.
And you're going to elect an incredible slate of true America First Republicans up and down the ballot.
Strong language from Republican Senator Tommy Tuberville, who was at former President Trump's rally in Nevada Saturday night. The Alabama senator joining Trump to stump for Nevada Republicans said Democrats are in favor of reparation because they're pro-crime.
Folks, what's going on is a takeover from underneath our country, from the people from behind the scenes, to create such havoc on our streets that we're afraid to go outside, that they can control us.
For USA Radio News, I'm Tony Maruso.
My heart was racing just making spaghetti. I could have waited to tell my doctor, but I didn't wait.
I was short of breath just reading a book. I could have delayed telling my doctor, but I didn't wait.
They told their doctors and found out they have atrial fibrillation, a condition which makes it about 5 times more likely to have a stroke. If you have one or more of these symptoms, irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness, this is no time to wait. Contact your doctor.
Brought to you by Bristol Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
Well, that midnight hour is upon us, and we really got a long, long way to go. How will we stay awake? Thanks to Chris, for goodness sake. We got Steve Sommers on the radio. We got that hot shot secret in the diesel. You know, it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. How about you, Big Ed? Are you with me? Break 1-9 for that Carolina monkey gouger. Negatory there, hillbilly. You clean clear to Flagtown. Let it roll. Well, we all tune in to catch the weather, whether rain or sleet or even snow. It don't matter if you're in New York or Dallas, we'll catch it all on that Steve Sommers show. We got that hot shot secret in the diesel. You know, it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. We got that hot shot secret in the diesel. You know, it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. Let's start this overnight drive.
What do you say? Lights, cameras, action. Cue the microphone, and here we go. Ready or not, a Monday upon us. Captain Ron's favorite day of the week. No doubt. Everybody's favorite day of the week. Yeah, sorry to say, weekend is in the books as we cross over the midnight hour in the Eastern time zone. We get set to roll here. How was your weekend? Everybody enjoy some sports? There was plenty of that to go around. You got your college football scores. Yeah, any big upsets over the weekend? Yeah, the playoff picture in Major League Baseball. They kind of closed things out in the wild card games. There was only one game left. And that was the National League wild card with the Mets versus the Padres. And the Pods shut the Mets down 6-0. Final score there. All the other series had been wrapped up Saturday. So here's the big picture. Division series in the National League, Game 1. Philadelphia Phillies will take on the Atlanta Braves. American League Series, Division Series, Game 1. That'll be the Seahawks versus Houston. Cleveland Guardians, how about the Guardians? They move on, facing the New York Yankees. Then, of course, San Diego with their win this past evening. That'll be a West Coast battle there. San Diego versus the Los Angeles Dodgers. So down to 8 teams. Here in a few days, it'll be down to 4. And then who goes to the big show? World Series 2022. Now, that's the way things kind of shake out. We were kind of glued to that game Saturday. I mean, you talk about good luck charms in baseball, comes in all kinds of different forms. We've seen a rally monkey, a rally squirrel, a rally cat, rally hats. And just this season, the Padres found a spark with a Black Panther statue. 60% of the time, it works all the time. Saturday, though, one Mariners fan, when you tuned into this game, one of the most epic comebacks in Major League Baseball history. They call it a rejuvenation. Okay, rejuvenation. That was in Seattle. The Mariners' epic comeback to win a game 10-9 after being down 8-1, trailing by 7 runs at one point, claiming the American League Wild Card Series victory. It actually, they say, came with some help from back home, with the Mariners trailing 9-5 as they were headed into the 8th. A fan named Ben at the T-Mobile Park watch party decided to do something about it. He put his shoe, more specifically a Birkenstock, he put his shoe on his head. Why? I don't know. Does anyone know? Soon there were kids and adults and a lot of folks following suit. Sure enough, the Mariners scored 4 in the 8th to tie it before going ahead in the 9th on Adam Frazier's winning double. In an interview with Ben, known to countless of his best friends in Seattle's as the rally shoe guy, said it was mostly a joke to start with, but then the base hits started dropping, and so the rally shoe actually became a thing. As I was tuned into the game, I was witnessing that, people putting shoes on their head, and I didn't understand what the heck are these people doing. Ben apparently had to make it home on one shoe, but it was worth it all. He actually signed the shoe, which is headed to the Mariners Hall of Fame now. How cool would that be? The rally shoe, or rejuvenation. Enjoy the show, enjoy the shoe. But that was one incredible comeback. I mean, as we were watching that game, when being down 8-1, normally in Major League Baseball, typically you got that game locked up. But as Well, we've heard many times over the years, it's not over till the fat lady sings, right? And that was the case. So, yeah, congratulations for the fans of the teams that move on in Major League Baseball. The other game was the game that seemed like it was never going to end. I did not tune into this one. It was the Guardians' Game 1 starter Shane Bieber decided to grab a cup of chicken broth to keep him warm in the dugout as Cleveland went to the bottom of the 15th inning in a scoreless game. Oscar Gonzalez walked to the plate as Bieber was settling in for a longer marathon than the team had been through already. Yeah, Patchy, the Pirates' voice booming over the loudspeaker. "Are you ready, kids?" as the entire Cleveland crowd rose to their collective feet. Chants of SpongeBob SquarePants filling Progressive Field as Gonzalez looked for an off-speed pitch to square up on. It took only 2 pitches before Gonzalez smacked a cutter from former Cleveland ace Corey Kluber deep into the left center field seats to not only give the Guardians a 1-0 15-inning victory over the Rays in Game 2 of that wild card series Saturday afternoon, but that also moved them to the American League Division Series, which will again begin on Tuesday against the New York Yankees. They're in New York, but with that hit, obviously chaos ensued. So the Cleveland Guardians moving forward. Welcome in, welcome aboard. Again, hope you had a good weekend. It's a full 5-hour program as we roll into a Monday, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive. Coming to you live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Looks like overall, majority of the country, it's a great night for trailer trucking. Precipitation is very hard-pressed to find. We do have a little bit of shower activity in western portions of Texas and the southernmost reaches of New Mexico. Aside from that, again, just a spotty light shower here and there, but it is a relatively quiet night for a majority of the country. Yeah, kind of a chilly weekend we're coming off of here. Had our first frost advisories and freeze warnings in our neck of the woods over the weekend. Now, tonight we're looking at frost advisories all the way down into south central Tennessee. Some of the first cold temperatures. This frost advisory is through much of central Tennessee, the eastern half of Kentucky, against southern Ohio, a good portion of West Virginia, central and western portions of Virginia, even up into northeastern Tennessee tonight. It's going to be a very cool start to the new week. But they do tell us over the next few days, temperatures are going to edge back up slightly. Got a big area of high pressure over the eastern half of the country. So for the upcoming day, for your back-to-work Monday, the warmer temperatures will be most pronounced. Cities like Detroit and Milwaukee probably going to reach the 60s for your highs today. Highs in the 70s along some of the heavily traveled I-80 corridor. Further south still, temperatures may feel more like August rather than October. Yeah, highs in some cases over 80 degrees. Omaha, Nebraska, St. Louis, among many other locations. Now, they tell us by midweek, though, a major change again will be getting underway as a fast-moving cold front swings through the warm air mass, going to be replaced by air that's originating over the polar regions of Canada. And temperatures are going to quickly crash by 20 degrees or more in some areas. Yeah, that change will first be noticed Wednesday in North Dakota, portions of Minnesota. Yeah, temperatures in the 50s in those areas compared to 70s just the prior day. And by late this week, temperatures going to fall even further. The majority of the Midwest is going to remain in the 50s for high temperatures. Northernmost regions of the Great Lakes going to struggle to get out of the 40s. And yes, those overnight lows are going to be pretty chilly as well. Minneapolis, Chicago, potentially mercury dipping below the freezing mark. Further north, in the typically colder spots, lows in the 20s are going to be likely. Yeah, much like that last cold front to swing through the area, temperatures aren't likely to be cold enough for any sort of a large area of snowfall, as opposed to just plain old rain. But in some of the northern areas, wintry weather will be possible. Along the border with North Dakota and Canada, Minnesota, could see a few snow showers appearing on the northern side of the storm. Additionally, lake effect rain could briefly turn to snow in portions of northern Michigan later this week. Now, they do tell us, unlike the first wave of cold air, there wasn't a lot of moisture to work with. This one's going to be a bit different. We're going to be talking the possibility of some severe weather breaking out, some areas of heavy rain along the lines of maybe 2 to 3 inches of rainfall. And we'll tell you where that's going to be breaking out coming up as we roll into a Monday. Travelers weather around the country. And we'll check in with some of our listening friends out of the box. Who's on board? YouTube, Facebook, as we get the brand new week started here. And as always, our number, 844-844-3388. It is the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. You climb into your diesel and it feels like you're sitting on an ice cube. Imagine how your engine feels after a frosty night. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. As the temperatures drop, water that is emulsified within your fuel is released, adding more water into your system. Frozen water in your fuel lines, filter, or bowl will simply slow the flow, or worse, stop the flow of fuel in your system. No fuel flow, no start. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com. Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive. Plus, CDL drivers, military, and first responders get an additional 10% off.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now, 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
Yeah, bring you up to speed on weekend developments around the world. Yeah, latest on the Russian situation. All this nuclear weapons talk. Yeah, Kim Jong-un is at it again on Sunday. Yet another launch taking place there in North Korea. It's almost like every other day as of late with Kim Jong-un. We lost some well-known establishments downtown Gatlinburg early Sunday. Several restaurants and a gift shop being reported as total loss after fire broke out again downtown Gatlinburg Sunday morning. The buildings were all on the 700 block of Parkway. One of the developers, the director of operations of Kennedy Concepts, says, heartbroken. This is where Kennedy's concept started. Originally, it was their first restaurant. Kennedy Concepts, if you're not familiar, they own several restaurants on the Parkway there in Gatlinburg. Owners were notified about 7 o'clock Sunday morning that a fire had broke out in one of their buildings. One of our beloved restaurants, Puckers, is involved in this event. We also own Loco Burro and Johnny Rockets and Crawdaddies here, according to Taylor. Other businesses like the Cafe 420, Funnel Cakes, and the Indian Cuisine were also located in the same building. The Plants family, visiting Gatlinburg from in the state of Ohio, were about to head back home when they heard what was going on. We were packing up to leave the condominiums. I heard all the sirens while I was packing the Jeep, and we got in the vehicle to leave, and this pillar of dark black smoke wafting from downtown Gatlinburg. Law enforcement had the road blocked off, so wouldn't let us get any closer. But we saw that very dark black smoke, which is obviously indicative of a working structure fire. His wife said the flames were so big, she worried about the fire spreading to other buildings. One of the business owners has hired a private contractor to demolish part of the building for safety purposes. Luckily, no injuries reported, but firefighters were on the scene for quite a length of time. No cause released at this point. The investigation is ongoing. But there in downtown Gatlinburg, the trolley service was suspended for the day, Sunday, due to the closure of the parkway there. But several well-known businesses. The scene in downtown Gatlinburg changed a bit Sunday morning. Well, hello to Philly Dan out of the box. What a great weekend for weather and sports. Let's go Eagles. 5-0. Really? How about that? Hello to Todd, checking in from Austin, Minnesota, with 48 degrees here on a Monday morning. Heavy D's on board. Hello, Steve, and the overnight drive crew. Stay safe. Keep on trucking out there. High pressure pumping, ready to roll. There's Larry, of course. Good afternoon. Hammer down. Be safe out there in the woods and back in the saddle. New roof on the hunting club. Gerald, Gerald, I see he said he finally went to the ER Friday. I told you might want to test for the COVID. He said, yes, indeed, tested positive. So I'm actually starting to feel better now, but you've been down for what, good week and a half? All right, glad you're starting to feel better, but sure enough, it was indeed COVID. Everybody stay groovy tonight. All right, feel better soon, Gerald. Good morning, Steve, and the overnight drive family. Be safe out there. It's Mike in Beaver Creek checking in this morning. There's Pappy on board, 42 degrees in southwestern Hamilton County. Yeah, hooday. All right. Yeah, let's go. I was doing my show prep. I didn't have a whole lot of time to be tuned in, but I was watching the game. The Bengals had come back to take the lead 17-16, but there's 1 minute and 59 seconds left on the clock, and I just had that gut feeling. You know what's going to happen. Baltimore's going to go down and get into field goal range and take the lead with just seconds left. And now, again, I walked away at that point in time, minute 59 left. I knew the Bengals still had 3 timeouts. I'm not sure how that played out. Did they not use those timeouts? But ultimately, according to the grandson, Ravens were able to kick a 44-yard field goal to win the game 19-17 final score. So that takes Ravens are now 3 wins, 2 losses. That takes the Bengals to 2 wins, 3 losses. It was almost like that whole division was kind of locked up 2-2. Yeah, going into this weekend here, weekend number 5 in the NFL. But that's 2 primetime matchups after the Bengals beat the Dolphins in Thursday night football. They had extra time to get prepared for the Sunday night game, which just wrapped up, I guess, about 11:15 Eastern time there. All right, Lauren Weiss, 2-time champion, world champion bull hauler on board. Good morning, Steve. 60 degrees here in Carthage, Missouri tonight. special show me shout out to the Hall of Famer, the Carolina Monkey Gouger from the Weiss Compound in southwest Missouri. Heat wave is on board, headed for Southern California. Clear, 46 degrees in Gallup, New Mexico tonight. All right, copy in the mail. There's 5-7 on board. Of course, Hoot Who is the handle. Morning, Steve. Looking forward to the week with Overnight Drive. Here we go. I said Seahawks, didn't I? Major League Baseball. It's the Seattle Mariners, not the Seahawks, you big dummy. I know that. Football versus baseball. All right, thank you very much for pointing that out there, Steve. And Randolph is on board. Morning, Mr. Steve Summers. It's 57 degrees in Ozark, Alabama. That'd be kind of a unique game, right? The Seattle Seahawks playing a Major League Baseball game. Whoops. Hey, good morning, Steve and Kevin the Cat. Matthew checks in. Hope you two had a good weekend. Mine was not all that good. My baseball team eliminated from the postseason. Yeah. 2023 World Series champions will be the Toronto Blue Jays. Yeah, Blue Jays are out. Sorry about that. Let's see. Roy said, Steve, I got a laugh about turning the heat on in the motel room. That was my wife. Yeah, the story I shared last week when we were in Las Vegas. Who turns the heat on when it's 90 degrees outside? Well, my wife does, right? Hey, let's get a news break. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News.
I'm Tony Maruso reporting. A Russian missile attack early on Sunday struck an apartment block and other residential buildings in Ukrainian southeastern city of Zaporizhia, killing at least 13 people and wounding 89 others, according to Ukrainian officials. North Korea fired 2 ballistic missiles early on Sunday, authorities in neighboring countries said, the 7th such launch by Pyongyang in recent days. That added to widespread alarm in Washington and its allies in Tokyo and Seoul. Protests ignited by the death of a young woman in police custody continued across Iran on Sunday in defiance of a crackdown by the authorities, as human rights groups said at least 185 people, including children, had been killed in demonstrations. This is USA Radio News.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate through the site within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free. Just go to this exclusive web address, ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret's Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
What else going on? All right, yeah, lines available. It's a Monday. It's 844-844-3388. You know the drill. Jump on board. Let's see. Bobby checks in Rock Springs, Wyoming. 53 degrees right now. Enjoying the colder weather out here. Everybody be safe. Good morning, Buckeye Boy, checking in from Ackworth, Georgia. Kind of a crisp 51 degrees at this hour. There you go. You can feel the chill in the air. It's supposed to be 75 degrees for Monday afternoon. That's great, as we, as a family and friends, are going to be visiting the grave of my wife's daughter on her birthday. After which, we're all going to Longhorns. We're going to celebrate her life. Although she and I had our battles, I really miss her. And my wife misses her daughter terribly. I'll be back on the road Tuesday, headed to Chicago to do a pickup, then back to Atlanta once again to unload. Try to get something going up, but other than my regular customers' freight, right now freight is rather slow. I got a buddy that's been hauling finished lumber and flooring that said they've really been slow, and he's looking. That's not a good sign of what's on the horizon. Yeah, see, I've been hearing that. Freight slowing down. This is supposed to be, toward the peak season. So many years when we would do our cruises in the month of October, I can't tell you how many drivers were, locked out of taking vacation time in the month of October because it's called the peak season. It's October, and it doesn't seem to be peaking right about now. Anyway, hope your weekend was fantastic. How about them Buckeyes? Now ranked at number 2. Braves going to start their series Tuesday against the Phillies. Yes, indeed. Have a great night to all out there, and be careful. I see the Buckeyes, as I was watching some of the pregame coverage going into this Saturday's game, they had 4 consecutive games where they had scored 45 or more points. And I think Saturday they said if they scored 45 or more points, that would be 5 consecutive games. Something about going down in the record books. Indeed, Buckeyes scored 49 points in that game Saturday. So 5 consecutive 45-plus points on the board games for Ohio State. Roy is on board. Happy Columbus Day. There's Richard checking in from Central Florida. I'm glad YouTube's working again. Hello to Steve and all the listeners out there. Good morning to Marianne. There's Richard with 76 degrees here. And, of course, that's Richard in Central Florida. We were kind of spared by Hurricane Ian. We actually only lost power for about 18 minutes, so not half bad. Okay. See, there's Big Sexy's on board. It says October 7th on YouTube. Well, it's actually the 10th, but it says it's live. Yeah, we are live here on a Monday. It seems like going back for Friday morning show, I believe. Yeah, the date was showing the wrong date. I don't know how that happens, but I don't know. Do we have any control over that? Meanwhile, it's 844-844-3388. If I can punch over to the email, let's see. Big Sexy earlier this evening had sent me a link, which he says he shared on my Facebook page about from one of their local meteorologists. Yeah, they're in Arkansas, about the barges. We've been talking about the Mississippi River being so low, and we were kind of discussing off the air Friday morning. I'm assuming is the barge traffic at a standstill? What's going on? We shared the story about that river cruise ship that was unable to make its journey because the water levels are so low. And I said, what about, it's harvest season, the amount of grain that would typically be moving on those barges right now. I said, what about all the cold, incredible quantities of coal move along the river? I said, where's all that freight going? How are they getting it there? And someone suggested, well, if you can't get it, if the barges can't run, it's got to go on the rails or it's got to go on the trucks. And that is an astounding graphic you sent me there. It's a graphic of what it takes to move 26,000 tons of cargo, depicting a typical 15-barge tow, which can carry significantly more cargo than the trucks or the rails. That's why it's a mode of transportation that can keep commerce on the move. So what it is, one 15-barge tow, if you had to offload all that coal, for instance, from that barge and put it on the rails, it would take 216 rail cars plus 6 locomotives to move that same amount of coal. If you had to move that coal to trucks, any idea? That kind of blows my mind. It would take 1,050 large semi-tractor trailers to move that same amount of coal, 1,050. So if the barge traffic isn't moving, if this lasts for any length of time, I haven't seen anything about issues, coal shortages for the power generation plants or anything like that. But I'm going to keep my eyes open because it seems like that could be in the offing, depending on how long this continues. Another topic of discussion was the threat of the rail strike, which was at the last minute averting, like 12 hours away from when that strike was supposed to begin several weeks ago. Has anybody heard? Have they voted on that? Has the rank and file voted on the contract? When's that coming up? Now, I did find this past day the IBEW members erupting in anger on social media Friday as it has become clear or becoming clear that a very high number of workers did not receive their ballots in time to vote on the sellout TA. Yeah, many workers are demanding a revote and sharing stories of the widespread character of failures by the IBEW to send out ballots. Now, the IBEW has still refused to issue any sort of a public statement at this point in time. But one member says, I didn't get my ballot until Saturday, and all the ballots had to be back before Tuesday. And we know with the mail how it's not going to happen. My vote did not stand a chance to count, he says. There's a bunch in my shop that never received a ballot, or in some cases, it actually showed up the same day they were due to be returned. That ain't going to work. Everyone can agree this was done on purpose to force the vote through, he says. Another says, I never got my ballot. When I reached out to a union representative, he waited a day to tell me to reach out to somebody else. That person waited a day to tell me that the ballot would be overnighted to me. But the ballot had to be in the post office the next day to be counted. And it could not be hand-delivered. Basically, saying I could not vote. A lot of new conductors that hired out with me have the same story. And guess what? Guess what? The vote passed. I never received a ballot. Same thing happened with the BRS. I never got my ballot. One says I got my ballot Saturday night before the count was to be tallied on Tuesday. I contacted a union official about not receiving a ballot earlier that week. They said, well, they sent it to a prior address. But yet I have received other union documents at my current address. So I'm sure my no vote did not make it in time to be counting. Many of them saying something seems very fishy here. It's extremely suspect when the IBEW members rejected the TA for the 2015 to 2019 agreement that the IBEW union leaders made them vote a second time because they said the numbers didn't fill out the ballots correctly, or members rather, or some other BS, and it was ratified on the revote. Now that they've ratified this TA, which the union bosses want, and lots of members did not receive ballots, they're just going to ignore them. Yeah, this is all very dishonest, and it reeks of corruption. How can we start a revote, says another. This is a complete failure of the IBEW for not getting all the ballots out and for not making this process easier. I think we can file a claim with the Department of Labor and report election fraud for this. Yeah, no third party oversaw the counting of the ballots here either. I don't give the big hurry in getting the ballots in. Yeah, what's 3 weeks to get an accurate count when we've already waited 3 blankety-blanken years, he says. Yeah, more workers providing evidence of ballot fraud in the vote. I just found out from one of our electricians, our latest 2 guys to come back from furlough didn't get anything in the mail to vote on. One of our other electricians had his ballot sent to his old house, so he never got it. Another electrician got his too late to send it in on time. That's from the machinists. Yeah, there was one IBEW member that wrote to inform us Article 15, Section 5 of our Constitution, prohibiting managers from casting votes or standing in union elections, has more than likely been violated in the railroad contract, as well as other locals nationally. All are being allowed and ignored in direct violation of our oath. Another electrician writes, I didn't receive my ballot. Many in my shop that I spoke with did not receive their ballot. I called the headquarters in D.C., got an email from a leading IBEW official, sent him an email stating I didn't receive a ballot. Well, this was last week. I was told in return that I was not on their books as being in my local. Well, I've got paperwork that has my name and my local in the header. So they overnighted a ballot. I sent it back via overnight. Now, had I not done this, there would have been no way it would have got back in time to be counted. There's some shady stuff going on here. Anyone who did not vote should be counted as a no vote, and I feel there should be some investigation into why these ballots were not sent out or not sent out with enough time to return them in time for the count. And this also makes me wonder if the votes are going to be counted correctly or accurately. And there's more to the story, but yes, things are kind of fishy. Get to your calls coming up here at 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot's Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot's Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I have one question for you. Do you want to stop worrying about the IRS? If the answer is yes, then look no further. I've been around for years, I've helped countless people across the country, and my success rate speaks for itself. So now you know where to find good, honest help with your tax problems. What are you waiting for? If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed in years, call me now at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com for a free consultation and get your life back.
If you're looking to improve fuel economy, try Hot Shot Secret's Everyday Diesel Treatment. Order at hotshotsecret.com. And don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive to get 10% off your entire order.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
All right, out of the box here on a Monday morning. Looking at some of the drone footage there from southeast Missouri. It's the Mississippi River. That's downright. I can see why the barges aren't able to get through there. Wow, what's going on, Big Sexy?
You see that, I guess.
It's drone footage. Yeah. Drone footage in southeast Missouri. Yeah, there ain't no way no barges are going to pass through those water levels.
No, not at all. And that's what they've been talking about with it. The water level's so low that there's no way. I shared that that's on my Facebook page, and I also shared it to yours. So anybody wants to see that drone footage can go over and see it.
Okay. So are they talking about it? I mean, because that's down. Are they talking about it on your local news? Anything about the barge traffic? Because I mean, I've not heard anything in the news here.
Yeah, they've been talking about it. Barge traffic is basically at a standstill on the Mississippi. They're grouped up down in the lower part of it down there. The barges are all grouped up down there and up north waiting on the water level to get to where they can get through. Now, I did see a deal that said that in about a week or later this week or something, there should be a bump on the water level. It will bring it up some, but maybe then some of them can get through. But yeah, they're just stacking them up down there, putting them up against the bank and
waiting for the river to rise.
Right.
Wow.
And that's over here at one of the ports where they load grain in West Memphis. There was a deal coming out of there showing where they were just dumping the grain on the ground and covering it with tarps. They don't have any room to put it, you know. They can't put it on barges because they can't get the barges up the river once they get empty.
Right.
So, you know, and plus it got so low in some of these ports along the river there that they can't hardly get the barges in there to load them.
Wow.
I mean, it's getting bad. And, you know, it wasn't very long ago that somebody said something about since all the stuff's drying up out west, they just pop the water from the Mississippi out there. Might want to rethink that one.
Right?
It might not work too good.
There ain't much water.
There's not
in
much
the
there to
Mississippi.
pump out there.
Exactly. Wow.
But yeah, it's getting bad. Local station reported they've done they always do their 6 o'clock news and 5 o'clock news. The meteorologists will do a live report from somewhere, you know, do the weather from wherever they're at. They done it over on the banks of the Mississippi at West Memphis the other day. And I think that's where I think you saw some of them pictures I sent you. That's where they come from, showed the bridges and all that, how low the water was. That's where those pictures came from, and they're doing that live report over there.
I would have never guessed that a 15 barge, I guess that's pretty common, a 15 barge tow or whatever they call it, would take 1,050 tractor trailers to move that freight.
Yeah, that shocked me. I didn't think it'd be that much either, but, you know, you stop and think about it, that's a lot of stuff in them barges.
Very interesting. So did you do anything special over the weekend, Big Sexy? What are you doing up tonight? You're not working. This is your off night, isn't it?
Yeah, it's my off night, but, you know, I try to stay on routine because I'll be back running tomorrow night and all that. Plus, you know, Big Moose will be out there running. I'll try to keep him awake here in a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
So, but yeah, I didn't really do anything over the weekend, really. Just kind of laid around here and rested.
There you go.
And I've got my son's lab. I've had her for about over a month. And spent a little time. She's conked out over on the edge of the bed right now as I'm listening to you.
Hey, did you get rid of those kitty cats yet? You've been babysitting the cats too, hadn't you?
Yeah, I still got those three too.
So, I asked you about that. Was it Friday morning? And somebody, I think Big Moose said, yeah, he thinks he's going to get rid of them, but he ain't.
They both went home this weekend, but that hadn't happened yet.
Go figure. All right.
They're going home pretty quick. That's for sure. Now the dog can stay a while, but those three cats, I'm getting tired of scooping litter boxes.
You're telling me. Yep. All right. Well, hey, thanks.
All right. Well, I'll let you get on to somebody else. I just want to touch base with you on that I sent you.
Thank you for the info.
Let
Thanks
anybody
for the
wants to
video.
see that, they can go to mine or your Facebook page and view that drone footage.
That's pretty fascinating. Yeah, appreciate that. Thank you for checking in. Have a good morning.
Right.
We'll chat later. I did find a little blurb here from the Motley Fool, which that's like an investment site. The Motley Fool, they talk about when you invested in this and that, but the headline is the dry spells in California and places like the southwestern USA get all the media attention. But the most consequential drought in the United States may be 1,600 miles away. Dry spells in California. Yeah, they're always talking about that on the news. The Mississippi River, the most vital waterway for exports of crops and other goods, is facing right now the lowest water levels since the late 1980s. Now, this story from Motley Fool about 3 days ago, it's going back to like Friday. Now, Bloomberg detailed this in a published report last Thursday. For the time being, at least, the mighty Mississippi has lost its might. It's easy to see how the river basin earned another one of its nicknames, Body of a Nation. It is responsible for much of the food found on our dinner plates, producing over 90% of the country's agricultural exports, but it's been plagued by low levels of rain, making it more difficult, to grow and ship food. Minneapolis, the first major port city downstream from the river's Lake Itasca starting point, has seen just a quarter of an inch of rain in the past month. That's off by roughly 3 inches for this time of year. Further south, St. Louis and Memphis are experiencing similar levels of drought. The atypically dry months are putting a strain on the entire water superhighway, and the consequences are likely to be costly. What's it going to cost? All right, we'll pick up there when we come back from our news break as we roll up to the top of the hour. Close out hour number 1 on the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With the product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News. I'm Tony Maruso reporting. New concerns of a nuclear threat coming from North Korea after new ballistic missiles were suddenly launched Thursday over Japan, an action which hasn't occurred since September 2017. Speaking on This Week, former Joint Chief of Staff Chairman Admiral Mike Mullen says despite the information showing Kim Jong-un following his father and grandfather's cycle of provocation, it's important for U.S. officials to continue to push for denuclearization talks.
I think we have to keep it out there. I think sometimes we lose perspective on how devastating these weapons are, and I think we need to do everything we possibly can to the extreme to make sure that that still is a possibility.
A 22-year-old man was struck by a subway barreling into Midtown Station Sunday morning, but survived, cops said. The man was on the roadbed trying to climb up to the platform around 4:30 in the morning when the southbound A train pulled into the station at 50th Street and 8th Avenue. The conductor saw the man and tried to stop the train on time, but couldn't, and struck the man. The victim was taken to Bellevue in stable condition. A fireball consumed 2 sections of the only bridge linking the occupied Crimean Peninsula to Russia on Saturday, disrupting the most important supply line for Russian troops fighting in southern Ukraine and dealing an embarrassing blow to the Kremlin, which is facing continued losses on the battlefield and mounting criticism at home. The blast and fire sent part of the 12-mile Kerch Strait Bridge tumbling into the sea and killed at least 3 people, according to the Russian authorities. A senior Ukrainian official corroborated a Russian report that Ukraine was behind the attack. The official, speaking on the condition of anonymity because of a government ban on discussing the blast, added that Ukraine's intelligence services had orchestrated the explosion using a bomb loaded onto a truck being driven across the bridge. This is USA Radio News.
Mike Lindell and MyPillow offering the BOGO extravaganza right now on a whole slew of MyPillow products. Now you can find all sorts of great deals on MyPillow bed sheets, Giza Elegance MyPillow, 6-piece towel sets, Roll and Go Anywhere pillows, much more, all priced buy one, get one free. Go to mypillow.com/USA, use promo code USA, or call 1-800-951-8175 and find you some great MyPillow products. They're all available. Oh, by the way, you can also get Mike's book absolutely free with any purchase, but you have to go to mypillow.com/USA or call 1-800-951-8175 and make sure you use the promo code. The buy one, get one extravaganza going on right now at mypillow.com.
Vaccines saved thousands of lives last year.
Federal health officials say vaccines prevented at least 330,000 COVID deaths in U.S. seniors last year. A Health and Human Services report says the decrease in hospitalizations saved more than $16 billion in medical costs. It shows hospitalizations and deaths went down 12 and 15%, respectively, as vaccines went up 10%. From the USA Radio News Phoenix Bureau, I'm Tim Berg.
Golden State forward Draymond Green said that he was in a very bad space mentally when he punched his teammate Jordan Poole during a practice Wednesday, but that there was no excuse for his actions. I failed as a man, Green said during a news conference Saturday in his first public comments about the situation. I also failed as a leader. Word of an altercation between Green and Poole first emerged Wednesday, but on Friday, TMZ posted a leaked video of the fight. The team said it was investigating how the video became public. What I did was wrong, he said, adding that the altercation looked worse than he thought when he saw the video. Mets Francisco Lindor talks about the team's comeback from a big win over the San Diego Padres in Game 2 of the Wild Card Series.
We learn from today, turn the page, come back tomorrow and focus on what we have in front of our feet. And focus on tomorrow. Buck? Buck. Yeah, Buck left. She loves Buck.
For USA Radio News, I'm Tony Maruso.
Now you can fly anywhere in the world and pay discount prices on your airline tickets. Book a flight today to London, Paris, Madrid, or anywhere else you want to go. And pay a lot less guaranteed. Call the International Travel Department right now at Low Cost Airlines.
800-215-5141. 800-215-5141. That's 800-215-5141.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot's Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot's Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
All right, thank you much. Back on a Monday. Close out the weekend. Hope you had a good weekend. Let me finish up on the Mississippi River. How backed up are things at this point in time? Again, according to the Motley Fool, low water levels have forced a closure near Stack Island, Mississippi. There's a traffic jam of 117 vessels and over 2,000 barges as of last Thursday, as a deployment of the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers works to reopen the river. The Coast Guard is also reporting a smaller shutdown near Memphis. 2,000 barges. That would be a lot of freight, right? A similar drought exactly a decade ago in the region forced 3 different closures across the river and likely led to some $35 billion in losses for the U.S. agriculture industry. Now, less than an inch of rain is expected in the region over the coming week here, according to forecasters. Now, the major disruptions to grain, fertilizer, oil, and coal supply chains are likely to be felt by consumers, possibly exacerbating the existing inflationary forces. At this point in time, all the average person can do is cry me a river. Yeah, that makes any sense. They need some rain in the Mississippi River watershed. Now, they are talking about possibly some storms breaking out this week with that next cold front coming through midweek. I don't know if the rains are going to fall in the areas that will need it the most to raise the Mississippi River levels, but there's the latest. We'll keep an eye on things there. Meanwhile, it's 844-844-3388 as we roll into a Monday. Trust you had a good weekend. College football action Saturday, big day, right? Some of those final scores, boy, Oklahoma trounced once again. Scoreless, as a matter of fact. Texas, hook 'em horns, 49-0 was the final score in that game. TCU over Kansas, Big Sexy didn't mention it, but Arkansas lost another. That's, 3 in a row for those Razorbacks? Mississippi State over Arkansas, 40-17 was the final. Tennessee took care of business with LSU, 40-13 the final. Michigan over Indiana, 31-10. Cincinnati, those Bearcats, win again, 28-24, the final in that game. It was Oklahoma State over Texas Tech, 41-31. Georgia took care of business with Auburn. Georgia still ranked at number 1. 42-10, the final in that game. Any upsets? I mentioned Ohio State taking down Michigan State, 49-20, the final there. 5 consecutive games of 45 points or more for those Buckeyes. South Carolina over Kentucky. I guess that was an upset because Kentucky was ranked. 24-14, the final there. Illinois over Iowa, 9-6. Very low-scoring game. Quite unusual for college football. Clemson takes care of business over Boston College, 31-3. It was North Carolina State over Florida State, 19-17. Of course, there's Alabama, Roll Tide. Alabama over Texas A&M, just barely, 24-20. Final score there. Some of our college football games as we close out. I guess that's week number 6 in college football. What's coming up in week number 7? Our number, 844-844-3388. 5-7, how was your weekend?
Well, short, but that's how come I got 2 loads. I got this one on my back that I just hooked to, and it'd be a short haul, medium haul, actually. And then I get back before the mill opens, and I'll be able to haul that to the flooring place 25 mile up the road. But to do that, I had to stay late Saturday, so I got in Saturday about 4 o'clock, and then I had to go to bed 4 o'clock this afternoon. So that's what you got to do to get by.
Mm-hmm.
While the other guys are all be lined up waiting to get that cheap freight. Where we're making out right now, And see, they told us don't bring no more chips to Charleston. That's a West Rock mill until further notice. They sent 18 rail cars full of chips up there. So boom, we're the mill is short rail cars. I will say this, it's an idea, my own opinion. You got to remember, everybody was stocking up for that rail strike. So, there was a mountain of chips down there last time I went to Charleston. But they're still taking down around Savannah. They're taking a ton of chips down there, Port Wentworth, Savannah. So that hasn't slowed down a bit. I did ask our flatbedder, is there a slowdown? He said they've got loads every day, but you can look around, it's slowed down a little bit. They don't have trailers lined up and loaded like they used to. Now you got to come in and load your load for the next day. So, which they're happy because they get to keep that same trailer. Other than that, like I said, the railroad situation is keeping the rest of us busy. But I just keep remembering I seen them chemical tankers up there in Charleston. They were just lined up. They were looking for a place to put them. I assume they've had loads on them, so they're pretty much in a position where they got everything they need for maybe a month or so. And look how I know, it takes so much more trucks to get your job done. But guess what? You ship your coal to a power plant up the Mississippi or on a railroad car and there's a fire at that mill, at that power plant. Well, they can't receive it. Well, in a truck, you can stop your truck and rearrange it, move it elsewhere. If you're on the other modems, you're just stuck. They're going to it's going to take a long time to reroute a train. And obviously, it's costing. I was watching that on TV. Great Lakes, these guys moving tugs, and they're talking millions of dollars of what's on these loads and what's on these barges. So can you imagine what that's costing the shipper or whoever charging they charge for those barges while they're loaded. So as long as it's on there, I imagine they're being charged. If anybody out there knows the reality of that, I'd love to hear it. Just love to hear our farmer when he called in. But thank goodness for our trucks, because this mill spent well over $6 million to put in another double hopper bin to make the trucks a second choice, moving us out of the first choice so they can put most of all their chips on that railroad cars. Well, I'll tell you what, Friday morning, they found out they weren't getting any more railroad cars in. There was a railroad car half loaded, and then there was one empty behind it. And they did Friday bring 2 extra in and put it up there. Right now, currently, that same car, now it's all day Friday and most up until 4 o'clock Saturday. The trucks kept the chips from going in there. We loaded chips and moved them out of there, and the railroad didn't get a single chip off of us. So trucks can still get her done. And but that's my report on my industry. They're keeping us moving. I guess we're just going to have to wait for 3 heavy-set ladies to fight over a case of toilet paper for us to get back moving again. But
right.
I love them girls. Women are wonderful. But because this mill in Charleston was already talking about shutting down completely. I asked them, about 6 months ago, the man that works there, I said, do they still have plans to do that after this mess? And he said all he knows is they put in a brand new line. So they spent a lot of money to put in a brand new line. So, the economy, I did explain to my first mother-in-law, she couldn't understand why, because she needed repairs on her porch, why lumber's so expensive. And they had just logged the area, just a field right across from her. And I explained to her, I says, well, it's the cost. I says, from the fuel prices earlier, all that equipment you seen running over in the field, they're at $4 and $5 a gallon diesel fuel. Trucking it to the mill, it's costing it more to get that done, and then trucking it to the store. So it's just passed on. I was standing at Walmart when I was talking to her, and I said, you know what? I'm looking at a jar of 4-pound jar of peanut butter that I would normally buy for what, $8.50 to $9. It was $10.14. And that really freaked her out because she does a lot of them peanut butter cookies over Christmas. I said, well, it might be smart to stock up right now because it may not get any better. So other than that, I can't wait to hear what the situation on that railroad strike is. I guarantee you there's some people that ain't going to be happy. That'd be the Democrats if we go into a strike right at election time. What, 4 weeks away?
Right. Yep.
Well, I can't feel sorry for them. But you know what? I don't want to see my country crippled, even if they're Democrats. I don't want to get in there because of tragedy. I want to get in there. I want people to get in there because they're intelligent enough to know who's hurting our country and who's just, who is managing the country properly for the American people. So this is 5-7. I guess I'm going to sit down and copy the mail.
All right. Thank you for checking in.
Enjoy the show.
Thank you much. Out. And it's 844-844-3388. A Monday on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. You climb into your diesel and it feels like you're sitting on an ice cube. Imagine how your engine feels after a frosty night. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. As the temperatures drop, water that is emulsified within your fuel is released, adding more water into your system. Frozen water in your fuel lines, filter, or bowl will simply slow the flow, or worse, stop the flow of fuel in your system. No fuel flow, no start. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot's Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot's Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com. Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at HotShotSecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive. Plus, CDL drivers, military, and first responders get an additional 10% off.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
All right, indeed, we'll get some of our industry headlines coming up here. I heard in the news break there, top of the hour, that I guess the bridge linking Crimea with Russia that was not destroyed, but significantly damaged, is at least partially up and running again. Satellite imagery showing significant structural damage. This occurred on Saturday, causing the collapse to portions of the bridge. Damaging. This is a very important supply artery for Russia's war efforts in southern Ukraine. Nobody immediately claimed responsibility for the blast. In a press release, though, Maxar said significant structural damage was apparent on the bridge span that carries vehicle traffic, with several sections having dropped into the water below. On the adjacent span that has a rail line, several train cars on the bridge are on fire, with firefighting helicopters flying toward the bridge. The speaker of the Russian-backed regional parliament in Crimea accusing Ukraine, but Moscow did not apportion blame. Ukrainian officials have repeatedly threatened to strike the bridge, and some of them lauding the destruction on Saturday, but Kyiv did not claim responsibility. Authorities say it was struck by a car bomb, risking a sharp escalation in this 8-month war. Some Russian lawmakers calling for Vladimir Putin to declare a counterterrorism operation, kind of shedding the term special military operation that had kind of downplayed the scope of the fighting to ordinary Russians. Anyway, Putin signed a decree late Saturday tightening security for the bridge, as well as the energy infrastructure between Crimea and Russia. They put Russia's Federal Security Service, the FSB, in charge of that effort. Hours after the explosion, Russia's defense military announced that the Air Force chief will now command all Russian troops in Ukraine. This is the guy who over the summer was placed in charge of the troops in southern Ukraine, had led Russian forces in Syria, and was accused of overseeing a bombardment that destroyed much of Aleppo there in Syria. But changes, more changes. One representative here in the U.S., I believe I have this story over here, says, right now, Vladimir Putin is pretty much like a wild animal that's backed into a corner. All right, get back to your calls here. Big Moose is on board here on a Monday. What's going on, Moose?
No, not much. I'm getting ready to play truck driver. What are you doing?
Starting a new week. You know the drill.
I hear you. Well, I had a relatively uneventful weekend until Saturday, and I was talking to Eskimo Mom there Friday, and I told her, I said, I think I'm going to go up to Clancy's, which is a little local hamburger shop up there in Sydney where she lives. On the weekends, they have fried chicken up there, and it's probably some of the best fried chicken you ever eat, So I went up there Saturday, tried to call 4 or 5 people, see if they want to go. Nobody wanted to go. I said, well, heck with them. I'm going anyway. So I went up there and got my chicken dinner. That was probably the most expensive chicken dinner I ever eat, Steve. Because I come out of there. Did you get the picture?
Did you email it? Oh, okay.
Email.
Let me see here. Oh, no.
Yep.
Wow.
I tell you what, I don't know what the hell I was thinking. I looked both ways. I know I did. I pulled right out in front of that poor guy, man. He never even got a chance to hit the brakes.
Well, you almost got broadsided in the driver's side door, I guess. You okay? You a little banged and bruised, or what?
Oh, I'm all right, but the shaggin' wagon sure ain't.
Yeah, is that the town and country?
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess that's pretty much toast. It's toast, ain't it?
Oh yeah, she's going to the recycler tomorrow, but it did a pretty good job. It crammed motor and transmission and everything about 8 inches out the passenger fender.
Wow.
That was an expensive chicken dinner, Steve. But other than that, that was about all that transpired up in my neck of the woods.
Wow. What a day.
Yeah, no kidding. I got kind of tickled over there a while ago. Getting off of that topic and back onto these politics here for a minute. these and people, say we can't let this happen. I got news for you, Steve. We've let this happen for years. Where were we? How were we voting for the last 47 years while Joe Biden kept getting reelected? Where were we voting the last 40-some years that Nancy Pelosi kept getting reelected? I mean, there's this stuff is it's like a cancer that's finally metastasized, and that's basically what it's boiled down to. We've laid around. We've let this happen, Steve. Everything that's going on with our world right now, we've let it happen. We justified it in some way when it was, seemingly inconsequential. Let liberals have their kumbaya rallies and let them scream for pro-abortion and let them scream for disarming the American people. There's just a few of them that ain't gonna make no difference what they say anyway. So just let them go. We didn't nip it in the bud, and now we've got a mess. Now we're working on the second or third generation of children being brainwashed and institutionalized by these liberal schools and colleges and everything. They are promoting a false narrative. They're not teaching history. Matter of fact, they're doing everything they can to destroy history, as much of it as possible. And did you see old Nancy snorting and snotting on TV the other day? We don't need immigrants in Martha's Vineyard. They need them down south to pick the crop.
I saw she said that, and she took a lot of flack for that, didn't she? Yes, she did. It's like open mouth, insert foot. I got to get the news break here, though. We hit bottom of the hour. Steve Summers, Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News.
I'm Tony Marusso reporting. A gunfight erupted in Upper Manhattan Saturday evening after a driver jumped a curb and ran down a man with his car, police said. Two men were walking in Washington Heights when a vehicle suddenly jumped the curb and plowed into one of them. The driver of the car jumped out of his vehicle and began shooting at the man he had just hit while he was on the ground. Police in the area later took the driver into custody and recovered a firearm, cops said. A longtime Wendy's employee with Down syndrome was allegedly fired from his job in North Carolina with no notice, and his angry sister claims management told her it was because he couldn't do the job like a normal person. Happy fans dressed to the nines are packing New York's Javits Center this weekend for the East Coast's largest pop culture convention, the New York Comic-Con, this year back to full capacity after the pandemic. An estimated 200,000 people are expected for the four-day event. This is USA Radio News.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate through the site within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free. Just go to this exclusive web address, ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel fuel cetane levels.
In many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regenerations. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey, if you're needing to stock up on Hot Shot Secret products, don't forget, use the coupon code OVERNIGHTDRIVE at checkout. You'll get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now, what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, back at it on a Monday, close out the weekend. Hey, when that happens, they do go by so quickly, but I had a good weekend. I forgot we were supposed to be taking the grandson to, it's like a school day at this amusement park. And we were all set and ready to go, and turns out he didn't really want to go. Couldn't believe it. I wanted to hang out, watch college football, and said, okay. So, yeah, we did our little birthday party celebration thing there, Saturday night. Of course, let the women go in one room so they can chat and gossip and all that fun stuff. Of course, then we sat there watching some of those Major League ball games. That was, again, an incredible comeback there. Down 8-1 and come back to win 10-9 final score. How about that? Now, I'm going to ask for your advice here, right? I've been doing this show for a long, long time, and we've traditionally, when we start the program, I give you the traveler's weather around the country. And we're in the process. If you notice, we've been hitting the solid hard breaks at 28:50 for the bottom of the hour break. It's 57:50 where we head into the top of the hour news. That's all for the syndication, where we're going back on terrestrial radio. Don't have the list of stations. I'm going to share with you a portion of the email I received from the syndication guy this past week. Now, several months ago, we were conversing, and he was alluding to, hey, this weather thing you do, there's probably a lot of stations that have no interest in covering the weather. And I'm like, well, I can understand if you've got a station in Grand Isle, Nebraska, you don't want some forecast for Cincinnati, Ohio. But I'm not doing a local forecast. As you well know, I'm doing national weather. We take a look out west. We took the look at the Gulf Coast. We follow the tropics. Truck drivers. And my line of thinking is you need to know if there's a storm that's going to be bringing 10 inches of snow potentially along I-80. You might want to drop down and take the southern route, take an alternative route to not get caught in that storm. I feel that you want to know when there's severe weather. As I track the severe storms, and I don't break in to give severe thunderstorm warnings because those are way too numerous. But when we have tornadic activity, I break in and give the latest on tornadoes that are impacting, and it could be anywhere in the country. Well, the email was last week. He called it Demo Week. For a new to syndication show, we always test at least a minimum of 3 days, usually a full week, before we start the rollout efforts. To have a number of stations on board and have troubles trying to roll out the program just creates unnecessary headaches and broken trust. I understand that 100%. It makes perfect sense. But he said, so far, so good, which means I've been hitting my brakes, the hard brakes, timing-wise. Though, Josh had to get all new commercial brakes put in here so that they timed out exactly. He said, I've got a handful of stations that are definitely weighing jumping in the first 100 days. You mentioned you had some affiliate leads as well. Forward that on, blah, blah, blah. Let's see. Steve, great content selection tonight. This was like Friday morning. We still need to contain the weather. One thought is to offer maybe a 2-minute optional opportunity at 32 past the hour. That would be during a break when we would be, per se, on the YouTube, the Facebook, the app, but not being fed to the affiliate stations around the country. Like a 2-minute national weather report. Now, I'm not much fond of the idea. He said, your thoughts. I'm thinking, as I said, we've been doing this show, and going all the way back historically, when my father started in 1984 with the trucking program. Did not have the modern technology, the radar updates and all that we have access to today. But back in the day, all he could pull up was like from the actual National Weather Service office, where they would have Dallas, Texas, going to be cloudy and a high of 97. You go city by city, Louisville, Kentucky, Chicago, just give what the forecast for the high and the overnight lows, and basically if it's going to be clouds or rain. But I think that the drivers out there, that's why I'm asking, would you be fond of the idea of cutting back dramatically? I'm thinking that'd be pretty significant. He's trying to allude to, I guess he doesn't like the idea that, I'll come in here at one point and I'll give the update for the West Coast. It might be 2, 3, 4 minutes. When I start the program, usually I do a good, probably about 8 minutes of national weather. So I want to get your take. And you can dial us up at 844-844-3388. Do you appreciate the weather updates? Is it a beneficial thing for you? Or is the kind of thing where you say, I'd just as soon not hear it, or tune out, or I've got my smartphone and I can pull up the weather for my region of the country at any time of day. I don't know if that's what he's alluding to, that in this day and age, we don't need to be broadcasting the weather. You've got a weather channel, you've got AccuWeather, and everybody has access to that kind of information in the palm of their hand. I like the idea of doing what we've done. That's what makes this show a bit different. The opening theme song. How's that go, Big Moose? We all tune in to catch the weather, whether rain or sleet or snow. It doesn't matter if you're in New York or Dallas, you'll get it all on the Steve Sommers Show. Correct?
That's right. That's right. Well, see, here's the thing, Steve. And I'm sure that the radio clowns up there are thinking that they've got the market cornered on this crap or whatever. But what they don't realize, we're not driving our Prius from the house to the office. We're out here on the road, and you take 5 hours while you're on the air at 70 miles an hour. We can cover 350 miles, no problem. And some of us, if we can keep them homesteaders out of the left lane, we can do a little better than that. You know what I'm saying?
Yes, sir.
And what do they tell us all the time? Yeah, we got weather apps on our phone. What do they tell you all the time, Steve? Put them phones down. Don't be on them phones. Don't be looking at them phones while you're on the road. We need you. We need you to tell us that stuff. And I tell you what, it's just something that's always been historically done. If they don't like it, they can go pack sand, as far as I'm concerned.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I don't think for a minute we need to cut that down. Because, like I said, you're not giving the
local
Cincinnati
forecast.
local weather.
Right,
I mean,
right.
you're covering the map.
Yep.
And I mean, that's just. Yeah, that's a given. Yeah, like I said, heck, it's even in the theme song. So,
exactly.
Yeah. And I happen to be on a first name basis with a fellow that composed that theme song, and you can tell the radio clowns they can call him directly. He'd make a pretty good argument for the point to keep it.
Okay.
Yeah. Like I said, I for one enjoy that. I enjoy the whole weather segment. I mean, I look forward to it. I mean, even when I'm not driving, I like to hear that weather segment, hear what's going on around the country.
Right.
That's a good thing. You don't get that everywhere else. Yeah, I could sit there and pull up my weather bug and get it myself, but I'm not getting it with the soothing baritone sounds of the golden throat of Steve Sommers. You know what I'm saying?
Yes, sir. Yeah. Well, I mean, and I think, over the years, how many callers have called to say, man, I really enjoy your weather. I really appreciate the weather. You do such a good job. I've never heard anybody saying, man, I hate that weather segment. Why do you do so much weather? I've never heard a complaint about it.
No, we love that weather segment, man, and we got to keep that. I mean, that's like the main part of the show. That's like having the Three Stooges and taking away the wooks and you just can't have it.
Okay, all right.
That's like Mr. Ed without Wilbur. I mean, come on. Yeah, I don't know, that guy, that's true. He can probably drive from the house to the office and check his weather bug, but we're out here in the middle of the night bumming around. We don't want to be looking at them phones. We need Steve Sommers to tell us what's going on. So that's why we keep you on the payroll, man. Don't they know that?
Well, I asked Chris Gabrelchik about it, and he just kind of shook his head, and he said, some people overthink things. If it ain't broke, don't fix it.
That's exactly right. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. But I got to get off here, bud. I got to get something done. I got to make a little progress this morning, but if I get these trailers squared away, I might call you back in the loneliest hour, so keep it twixt the spotted and the solid. We'll yak at you later on. Come on.
And slower traffic, please stay to the right. That's what he likes to say. There you go. Hello to Doughboy. Steve, leave the weather the way it is. It's been this way for years. Don't change a good thing. Okay. Yeah, let's see what Scott have to say. Not sure what or how old that car Moose wrecked is. A town and country, probably a little on the older scale, but before he scraps it, there's always a group of car guys looking for parts and pieces of those old cars. Well, I do know this. Moose has been around long enough to know the ins and the outs of all that kind of stuff. Yeah, if he finds somebody that needs, somebody may need a transmission, right? But then again, that's front-wheel drive, right? So the transmission and the engine, didn't he say they got shoved out the passenger side? They may not be in good shape, but all right, it is 844-844-3388. We return into this Monday morning, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. You climb into your diesel and it feels like you're sitting on an ice cube. Imagine how your engine feels after a frosty night. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. As the temperatures drop, water that is emulsified within your fuel is released, adding more water into your system. Frozen water in your fuel lines, filter, or bowl will simply slow the flow, or worse, stop the flow of fuel in your system. No fuel flow, no start. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret.
Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com. Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive. Plus, CDL drivers, military, and first responders get an additional 10% off.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
All right, looks like you got the right wing nut on the line. Knucklebuster will be checking. Let me jump down. I'm going to grab a couple of these folks calling in about the weather thing. I'm not seeing a name. Ocala, I believe it says.
Yeah, Ocala.
Ocala. Well, good morning.
Yeah, good morning. Yeah, Monday, right after the election, I tuned into your show on your old network, trying to find the weather. I was sitting in Utah. Actually, we were sitting in Utah, and on I-70 going through Colorado, and that weather would have been very essential that morning. It would helped us out a great deal.
Mm-hmm.
That's why that's one of the reasons we really like this show. Is you've got somebody who's making decisions and never drove a truck before, don't know what it's like out here. We're out here to make money, not sit in a snowstorm or high winds or something. And you're very precise on that stuff. You're right on target 100% of the time. And that weather is extremely important to us all.
So I'll take that as that's a vote, a thumbs up to keep it as it is.
Yeah, don't change a thing on this show.
Okay.
I've been listening to the show since 2004, and to be quite honest with you, since you switched networks, the show got a lot better. It really has.
I appreciate that. Okay.
It doesn't get canceled out for the baseball games or the football games or
yes,
the Bengals playing or
right.
And we can just you're very reliable on this stuff. Just don't change a thing.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I kind of liked it when the Reds would go late because then I'd only have to do a 3-hour show instead of a 5-hour show. But that's just being greedy on my part.
Yeah. Well, like I said, we're all out here to make money, and you're not making money when you're sitting waiting for high winds or a snowstorm, and you got to chain up going through the I-70 through Colorado. That's not much fun. If you can avoid it and make other arrangements, it's helpful, you know. That's where you come in. We can't really go online and look at the weather while we're driving down the road. It's like I said, a lot of these people making decisions have never driven a truck before and don't know what's important to us all.
Mm-hmm.
I think everyone's gonna probably agree on what I have to say there. Drove truck.
Well, that's kind of why I threw that question out there. Since I got that email Friday morning, I've been, I'm laying there, Friday night, I'm laying there Saturday night, I'm laying there Sunday afternoon, thinking about, I don't think I want to change things. I mean, we're looking for some help to market the program, not to monitor or change the program. I mean, if there's a radio station that doesn't want to pick it up because they don't think they want to hear all that weather, well, that's, I guess that's their prerogative, right?
Exactly. This show is tailored for the truck driver. It's not tailored really for. It's a good show for everybody to listen to, but it's tailored for the truck driver.
Yes, sir. Well, I thank you for your input, Ocala bound. Don't be a stranger, and there you go. There's a thumbs up. Keep it as it is. Now, let me try one more here on the weather. Is it? Well, that's horse feathers. Okay. Hello, horse feathers.
Yeah, it's horses. Good morning, Your Honor. How was your weekend? Trust it was fine.
Short.
Yeah, always are too short. So anyways, I'll have to let you give a little quick heads up there. We got fuel lines put in the fire truck and fired her up and rode her around for a couple hours over the weekend. So the plan is to try to move it from New York to Maryland next weekend. We'll see how that works out and what kind of fiasco we end up with that.
Okay.
But that'll be another day's report. But anyways, as far as your weather goes, and as you know, the time of day you sleep to do your show, I sleep the same amount of time. Well, I don't know if I sleep the same amount of time, but I sleep during that same time range there when all the local news is doing their traffic and weather and nighttime reports and all that. So I never really see my local TV much for news and weather and all that. So the one thing I get out of your weather is pretty much if you say something that's happening in Cincinnati or, lower Indiana or something like that, it's almost guaranteed if it's a west-east storm, 8 hours later, whatever you guys are having, I'm going to have here. So I know what's coming. If it's going from where you're at, headed a little bit more to the northeast, I know I'm going to miss it. It's going to be up central PA or New York and headed to New England. And, well, God help them people up there when that stuff goes up there, coming up the next couple months. But the other thing is like last week we had that after the hurricane that turned into that nor'easter storm that apparently didn't want to go anywhere. We had for like 3 or 4 days, and you kind of predicted what's coming, so I knew what was coming up because you talked about it being down in Georgia and the Carolinas and coming north, and I kind of knew it was coming, and actually you were right on there because with what you said was happening around it was going to make it be stationary and sit there for 3-4 days. So the thing is that to know my weather for the upcoming week, I pretty much go off of whatever you say is happening in other places now because I can expect what will happen in the next day, 2 days, 3 days by what you're telling me now is going on somewhere else. And so, but I can't get that out of any local forecast because I don't ever get to watch them. And, to try to figure that out on a phone, going down the road, driving down the road and keeping track of traffic and all that. That's, I don't know. They tell me I'm not supposed to be playing with that phone when I'm going down the road. So, and I know there's one guy out there to the west there that'll pretty much say the same thing because I've been talking to the Red Mule before, starting about 11:30 here on the East time, and I'll be talking to him, and we'll be getting up there towards 11:55, and he'll say, "Hey, I got to hang up because Steve's coming on. I want to know what the weather's doing." So
there you go.
So
all
put
right.
a check mark next to the Red Mule.
I've been asking about him. Where's he been? Have you talked to him lately? Because he ain't called in a couple of months, it seems like.
Yeah, his wife's been had some issues there, and doing stuff with the medical deal and everything. So he's been doing a lot for her and everything, trying to get situated and just figuring out when he can get out and have enough time, and if the right load comes around to make it worthwhile to go out. So he's not in a situation where he has to go out, but if something comes along where it'll work and he's got the ability to do it, he'll go out and do it. But apparently it hasn't happened yet, so he's still working on keeping things squared away at home right now.
Okay.
So,
at least we
anyways,
know.
That's
at least we know he's okay. Because I shouldn't say I know Red Mule's getting up there a little bit, but in years. But I mean, he's been around the block, and you often wonder if something happened. If you don't hear somebody in a while, you think, wonder if they had a heart attack, wonder if they were involved in an accident. Let's see. Ace is on board. Here we go. Radio consultants trying to improve Steve's show. If you give in on this, you'll be deluged with more ways to improve the show until it has no character whatsoever. Randy says, love the weather. Not going to tell you how to run your show. That's BS. Norman, yes, keep the weather. Scott, I enjoy the weather forecasting. You go into awesome detail. Okay, we'll come back with more. First of all, news break. Top of the hour, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
PureFlow Air Dog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for an easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow Air Dog.
At Hot Shot Secret, we listen to our customers. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time. Our fans call it EDT.
I'm Nathan from Ellisville, Mississippi, and I drive a 2017 Ford F-350 Power Stroke. I've been using Hot Shot Secret EDT every tank for almost 3 years, and I've seen about 1.5 to 2 miles per gallon increase in fuel mileage.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook. Hey there, listening friends. I want to remind you, don't forget you can get 10% off your entire order at HotShotSecret.com by simply using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
USA Radio News.
I'm Tony Maruso reporting. With 1 month until Election Day, former President Trump stopped by a Save America rally Saturday evening in Minton, Tahoe, Nevada, to encourage GOP voters to turn out. The longtime swing state has tilted narrowly but decisively to Democrats the last few elections, but during his remarks Saturday night, the former commander-in-chief seeks to swing it the other way this fall.
If you want to see great things for our country and the real American dream, and we're bringing it back, you're going to vote Republican up and down the line.
A Russian attack on Zaporizhia overnight struck apartment buildings and killed at least 17 people, a top official in the Ukrainian city said Sunday. City Council Secretary Anatoly Kurtev said the city was struck by rockets overnight and that at least 5 private houses were destroyed and around 40 were damaged. The Ukrainian military also confirmed the attack, saying that there were dozens of casualties. The strike came after an explosive Saturday caused the partial collapse of a bridge linking the Crimean Peninsula with Russia, damaging an important supply artery for the Kremlin's faltering war effort in southern Ukraine, and hitting a towering symbol of Russian power in the region. Progress is being made in Florida on its recovery.
Florida Republican Governor Ron DeSantis says the state is continuing to send supplies to areas hit hard by Hurricane Ian. Speaking in Daytona Beach, DeSantis says hundreds of miles of roadways have been cleared in areas of southwest Florida to help the recovery process speed up.
We've had fuel in southwest Florida. It's been phenomenal. People were able to get their fuel. We're using Elon Musk's Starlink internet devices. We've deployed 375 of those devices.
From the USA Radio News Phoenix Bureau, I'm Tim Berg.
This is USA Radio News.
Mike Lindell and MyPillow offering the BOGO extravaganza right now on a whole slew of MyPillow products. Now you can find all sorts of great deals on MyPillow bed sheets, Giza Elegance MyPillow, 6-piece towel sets, Roll and Go Anywhere pillows, much more, all priced buy one, get one free. Go to mypillow.com/USA, use promo code USA, or call 1-800-951-8175 and find you some great MyPillow products. They're all available. Oh, by the way, you can also get Mike's book absolutely free with any purchase, but you have to go to mypillow.com/USA or call 1-800-951-8175 and make sure you use the promo code. The buy one, get one extravaganza going on right now at mypillow.com.
Strong language from Republican Senator Tommy Tuberville at former President Trump's rally in Nevada Saturday night. The Alabama senator, joining Trump to stump for Nevada Republicans, said Democrats are in favor of reparations because they're pro-crime.
Folks, what's going on is a takeover from underneath our country, from the people from behind the scenes, to create such havoc on our streets that we're afraid to go outside, that they can control us.
Nearly every significant military gain for Ukrainian interests in the war with Russia has been met with jubilation from Ukrainians and their supporters, who flood social media with celebratory memes. The blast on Saturday morning that damaged the vital Kerch Strait bridge that links the Crimean Peninsula to Russia was no exception. Here's the call on WCBS's Francisco Lindor. It's a home run to left field in the bottom of the first inning.
The 3-1 on the way, hit high in the air to left field. It's deep. Back goes Lindor. This ball's on the way. It is gone. A home run. Francisco Lindor hits it over the Great Wall of Flushing beyond the 358 mark in left field. Francisco Lindor gets the Mets on top here in the last of the first inning. His 6th career postseason home run. It is 1-0 New York.
There was more to come after the first inning, as the New York Mets went on to beat the San Diego Padres by a score of 7-3. For USA Radio News, I'm Tony Maruso.
The buy one, get one free special going on now at MyPillow. MyPillow bed sheets, Giza Elegance MyPillows, the Roll and Go Anywhere MyPillows, and 6-piece towel sets on special. Go to mypillow.com/USA, use promo code USA, or call 1-800-951-8175 and find out all the great deals you can get right now at MyPillow. mypillow.com/USA.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel particulate filter regeneration.
the DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
All right, thank you so much for the overwhelming response. get through a few of the emails. By the way, email steve@hotshotsecret.com. Heard from Craig during the break there. Steve, changing your show would be like tuning into an oldies channel and hearing them playing rap music. I don't like change. That's why there's many different formats on the radio dial. We can make our own choices. Hello to Scott. Steve, I don't just listen to your weather for myself out here in Kansas and the surrounding states, but I also check on my owner-operator friend who runs from Omaha back to the Indianapolis, Cincinnati area. Also, my brother's weather in South Carolina. Keep the detailed weather for all of us out here. Thanks for the great job you do. Charmaine. Hello, good morning, Steve. Keep it like it is. Keep the weather going. I drive 6 hours a night delivering papers. I have 4 routes. I don't have time to stop, check and see what's coming my way. I get my local on the TV before I walk out the door to see how cold it is, but I want to know what's coming later in the week, and I get that from you. My day, I work, sleep, cook, clean house, love my grandbabies, and kiss my hubby out the door, and do it all over again. I gotta get back to work. I love the show. Thank you very much, Charmaine. There you go. All right, couple of others. Who else checking in via the YouTube, the Facebook? Nancy, I'm not a truck driver, but I love Steve's weather report. He explains it in such a way that I can remember it, unlike when I listen or watch other weather reports. Nathan, keep the weather. Okay. If this radio consultant has hard numbers from actual listeners who say they don't want so much weather talk, then fine. But I think he's just basing this on his opinion. Norman, keep the show like it is. I hate change. All right, there you go. Hoot hoo, keep the weather. Those folks are corporate and not so much tuned into working and rural enjoyments. Soma says this consultant is trying to justify his phony baloney job. Well, I wouldn't say that. If he didn't have any suggestions, people would ask, what are we paying you for? All right, the weather stays. Let's see, Soma. Funny how iHeart, the dweebs at 700, never suggested to Steve that he should ditch his weather reports. Yeah, you see, and I thought about all this. Yeah, thanks for bringing it up, Soma. I mean, there was the time when we had the 50,000-watt blowtorches all over the country. I don't recall ever having complaints from WWVA. They're in Wheeling, West Virginia, or WHAM out of Rochester, or K2 in Casper, Wyoming. Who was it? KWKH in Shreveport, and a bunch of others. You know, I never had any complaints about us updating the drivers on what's happening nationally on the weather. Scott says, I set my clock to getting your weather updates. Then the business news. My wife is always, why listen to this? Well, because our trip starts at 2,300 hours. Dale says, keep the weather. There you go. Rain or sleet or snow, we all tune in for the weather. Matthew, I vote to keep the weather. I think we're getting pretty much unanimous consent there. Mary Ellen says, do not change a thing. 20 years I had a heads up on wherever I was traveling. I drove nights long before cell phones. Chris says, I have a weather app that gives me the weather from yesterday, and it's only right about half the time. You do a good weather report. Thanks for what you do. All right, so we'll get back to the calls here. Thank you so much again for all the responses there. Right Wing Nut is on board.
Yes, right wing nut. Yes, yeah. Well, Steve, I got my opinions as well. You only do it for the first hour of the show. The rest of the time, it's just up to us. You know, it's not like it dominates the show, but you have better forecast for the country than those that are in that part of the country sitting behind a desk saying this is the way it's going to be. Your forecast absolutely beats out any local. And besides, this is for all us nuts out here that work at night. And yeah, maybe that old boy needs to be out here at night, driving around, not in his little Prius, going from one electric station to another. But he needs to actually be out on the road around the country and listening to the show at night. And yeah, we all chime in where we're at, what part of the country, what city, and we always give everybody a heads up. Oh, I tell you what, these cigars are really getting to me. I could sure go for an adult beverage right now. But anyways, that's my 2 bits on that subject. On another subject, you know, a couple of months ago, I was talking about getting the big snip. Well, it did more than made me shoot vanilla. I'm just ain't doing a whole lot. So everybody knows about my partner, my better half, Lucy Screw, Scrough. We just call her Loose Screw. Well, she's made me a marksman. And, well, just because I was with her sister on a couple of times earlier, about 10 years ago, biblically, she thinks I'm out here just doing anything and everything that moves. I got to tell you, I just ain't that fast no more. But, yeah, she's got me in a doghouse anyways. So, other than that, I tried getting her some stuff today, and they're really nice stuff. Montana sterling silver. You've probably seen those in cowboy shops and truck stops that have high standards, which there ain't too many of those out here. But, you know, all this stuff I do for her, and she turns around and basically calls me a horn dog. Oh, well, I guess sometimes your past never leaves you. It just hangs on like a fungus. You just got to learn to live with it. But other than that, I'll tell you what, college football, my goodness gracious. Did Alabama drop a couple of spots in the AP poll, or are they still number 1?
Georgia's at number 1. Now, somebody told me Ohio State bumped to number 2. I'll assume Alabama went to 3rd.
You know, I thought Alabama was supposed to win by 60. I guess the Aggies gave them a good run for the money. Except I saw Johnny Manziel was screaming and hollering about the last play of the game. I guess A&M had a chance to win. Is that what happened? I don't know much about college football, but yeah, sounds like he said it was a bonehead play. And I don't know. It seems like if you can play a number 1 team and keep it right up to the end of the game, and that number 1 team drops down to number 3 or 4, moral victories don't count. But I think that one, for them poor Aggies there in College Station, that probably helps some. But yeah, I'm gonna let you go, and I'm gonna keep on continuing down the road. And I don't know, I was talking to Heatwave earlier. He's talking about calling in, and boy, I tell you what, you think I'm a nut. Sometimes I think he's the nut.
All right.
I'll let you go. Yeah,
Thank you for checking in, Right Wing Nut. All right, so you've got what? The coaches poll, you got the AP poll, and isn't there another? I'm looking at the update from Sports Illustrated, Fan Nation. We are 6 full weeks into the college season, and now it's time to get our first look at the updated AP Top 25 rankings. 6 teams came out on the wrong end of the scoreboard Saturday, but none in the top 10. Even if top-ranked Alabama came very, very close, the defending SEC champions and college football playoff runner-up survived a scare from unranked Texas A&M, which came down to the 2-yard line and had a chance to win a game as time expired. But the Crimson Tide held firm to stay undefeated. Now that sets up another major tilt in the SEC next weekend as Alabama pays a visit to the resurgent Tennessee, itself undefeated behind college football's #1 total offense and coming off a statement win in the conference. So again, the AP top 25 as we close out week number 6. As we head toward week number 7, Georgia at #1, 32 first-place votes. Ohio now at #2 with 20 first-place votes. Alabama now at 3rd with 11 first-place votes. Rest of the top 10, Clemson at #4, Michigan, Tennessee, USC, Oklahoma State, Ole Miss at 9, Penn State at 10. Again, that's the AP top 25 there. All right, quick 2-minute timeout, and we shall return on Monday, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of a cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At -10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to -65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I have one question for you. Do you want to stop worrying about the IRS? If the answer is yes, then look no further. I've been around for years, I've helped countless people across the country, and my success rate speaks for itself. So now you know where to find good, honest help with your tax problems. What are you waiting for? If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed in years, call me now at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com for a free consultation and get your life back.
If you're looking to improve fuel economy, try Hot Shot Secret's Everyday Diesel Treatment. Order at hotshotsecret.com. And don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive to get 10% off your entire order.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
All right, we're all hearing about the bridge from Crimea to Russia. Of course, Russia took Crimea back, annexed whatever it was. How many years ago was that? So that's been the case for years now. Yeah, someone sent me a quick blurb via email. Said, Steve, check out, I'm hearing about a number of bridges to Belarus being blown up. All right, let's see. Ukrainian forces have destroyed almost all bridges and mined the roads along the border with Belarus. So I guess that is confirmed. According to the chairman of the Belarusian State Border Committee, also accusing Kiev of planning imminent strikes on its territory. Today, I quote here, almost all border bridges have blown up. Border roads and railroads are completely mined, speaking on Belarusian television. According to the Russian news agency Interfax, Ukrainian forces fortified the border as they put anti-tank mines in 3 rows on the roads. The troops that Kiev have sent to the border are not border guards. We are under pressure. They target our border guards. Sometimes they shoot in the air. Constant aerial reconnaissance is going on. A day before that news broke, the Ukrainian Foreign Ministry claimed that its ambassador to Belarus had been summoned to the Belarusian Foreign Ministry and handed over an official note saying that Ukraine plans to carry out a strike on the territory of Belarus. Yeah, the Ukrainian Foreign Ministry has stated that it categorically rejects the prosecution, adding that it would be part of a Russian plan to stage a provocation and accuse more. So who's doing what, right? That's, I guess, the question. They're saying we didn't do it. Tense times there. But yeah, that's true about the bridges to Belarus. Knucklebuster, happy Monday.
Morning, Mr. Steve Summers. Shoot, you got that birthday present yet?
I'm working on it.
You're down to 8 days, brother. Better keep on. Well, talk about having a cell phone in your hand there, Tennessee is totally hands-free. If you even touching it, they'll write you a ticket. Same thing with Georgia. You can't even have it laying on your leg down there in Georgia, according to our safety director. They'll write you a ticket. I guess one of our drivers got one down there for having it sitting on his leg, right?
Mm-hmm.
Well, on far as your weather, if it ain't broke, don't fix it, Steve. I think you've done a great job. You've been doing it for so long. Keep it going that way. And tell them to kiss your ass, because that's where your wallet hangs out at, right?
Okay. Oh, boy.
Yeah, well, then, with that slower traffic in that left lane, I always get on the radio and tell them right lane or right pedal. I don't care which one you do, but let's do one of them. If they ain't driving the speed limit in the left lane, something's wrong with them there. Well, here's the sad news, Steve. Them Cardinals went out real quick. I mean, 1, 2, gone.
What happened to your Cards? They didn't show up for their postseason.
I don't know. They just said they made some bad decisions. That's all I know there. Well, I guess third time's going to be a charm for them Hogs, because they done lost 3 in a row there. So I don't know. They better get their head out their butt and come on, do it right. And that Red River Showdown, buddy, I may have called that Denver Indianapolis game wrong Friday morning about that score, but man, Texas just flat spanked their butt over there. I guess what's his name, Boomer Sooner or something like that.
Big Ed, yeah.
Big Ed, yeah. He won't be calling in this morning, will he? Well, I see where them Catholics beat them Mormons over there. Notre Dame beat BYU, and TB12 there. He finally got his head out of his butt there and won a game there over the Falcons. Well, I mean, I seriously think he needs to give up that 8th Super Bowl ring, because that sex that he's going to have with that ring ain't near as good as what that sex is with that little woman he's got there, right?
No doubt about that.
Yep. Well, I'm going to get out of this truck and fuel this thing up, get some push water in it there, so I'll call back a little later on.
All right, we'll check in then. Have a good morning, Knucklebuster. Yeah, that Alabama-Texas A&M game, 24-20, was the final score. So, yeah, not the statement win that you would have, I guess, expected from Alabama. Is that what they're kind of alluding to? Yeah, a couple minutes before we hit the bottom of the hour news break, we'll check in with Pappy here, see what's going on. Morning, Pappy.
What's happening, Steve?
Play
I figured out how to put you on hold. I figured out how to put you on hold while I'm on hold, so I can answer a call and then go back and pick you up.
Do you need to take?
there?
Do you need to take a call?
No, I'm good now.
Oh, okay. Oh, you put me on while you were on hold. You put me on hold. I got you.
Yeah, and I'm just hoping that I didn't get the ding while I'm talking on the other line.
No.
You'd have been like you thought I was Eagle or something. No, I think Moose hit the nail on the head, man. When it comes to the weather, I think people not complaining, but questioning this, don't understand the show to begin with. Most of these drivers and the people that listen to your show probably aren't normal, average hour working people. They don't probably turn into the news all that often. I know I don't. But the point I was going to make, Steve, is I got family members in California, Arizona, Georgia. I got good friends in other states, and it's just kind of nice to hear what's going on, in their neck of the woods.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? And one caller made a good point that, the truck drivers are going around, but what about a truck driver, owner, operator's got maybe 4 or 5 trucks that tunes in, and he's got trucks all over his country. He may want to know what's going on. So put me in the do not drop category. To keep category. It's just part of the show, man.
Yes, sir.
It wouldn't be the same without it. So I'm all for it. I say keep it. I'll let you go. Have a good night.
Thumbs up. There you go. There you go. About a minute before news break here. What do we got? Just enough time for one of our quick industry headlines. We were talking Friday morning about the jobs number that would be coming out shortly after we wrapped up the program. Trucking employment apparently saw a large decline in September, according to the numbers, with transportation employment as a whole experiencing its first monthly decline since the pandemic began. According to the numbers from the Bureau of Labor Statistics, more than 11,000 trucking jobs were eliminated from the economy in September. Now, that's not necessarily all truck drivers, trucking-related jobs. We'll give you more on that coming up here. First, we got to get our news break as we roll into the early hours of a Monday.
PureFlow Air Dog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for an easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow Air Dog.
USA Radio News.
I'm Tony Marusso reporting. A gunfight erupted in Upper Manhattan Saturday evening after a driver jumped a curb and ran down a man with his car, police said. 2 men were walking in Washington Heights when a vehicle suddenly jumped the curb and plowed into one of them. The driver of the car jumped out of his vehicle and began shooting at the man he had just hit while he was on the ground. Police in the area later took the driver into custody and recovered a firearm, cops said. A longtime Wendy's employee with Down syndrome was allegedly fired from his job in North Carolina with no notice, and his angry sister claims management told her it was because he couldn't do the job like a normal person. Happy fans dressed to the nines are packing New York's Javits Center this weekend for the East Coast's largest pop culture convention, the New York Comic-Con, this year back to full capacity after the pandemic. An estimated 200,000 people are expected for the 4-day event. This is USA Radio News.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. the needle in the haystack.
4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate through the site within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free. Just go to this exclusive web address, ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Product claims without proof.
every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret's Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret.
Powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
We know you'd like to be cuddled up real tight with a sweet little thing all night. But instead, you've got Steve Summers. It's the Overnight Drive.
Thank you much. Back on a Monday, close out the weekend. Get back to the old grind. And we're into the 10th day of October. Counting down to Steve Summers' birthday. Friday, there you go, 15th. Saturday, actually, isn't it? So we'll do the double duty celebration this weekend. Because my birthday the 15th, the wife's birthday the 18th. Apparently they've made reservations. Us and some friends. I've never, believe it or not, I've never done the Japanese restaurant where they like they cook right there in front of you at the table. I've never done that. So it'll be my first. Some place called Kabuto's. See if I like the Japanese food. Meanwhile, I'll get back to the calls here. Hey, good morning.
It's Steve. It's Lightning Rider from Florida down here in Palm Harbor. I like the weather, man. Keep the weather. And I like the show, man. Keep it going, man. I think you and Trump would be a good president, man. Really.
That's right. Me and Trump, okay.
Yeah, I think you just set things straight, man. I mean, Trump, everything was beautiful, man. He didn't hurt us like Biden does with the truckers, man. Love the show, man. I got to keep riding, all right?
All right. Love you, man. Yeah, keep it rolling. I love you, man. Budweiser, right? this Doug? Hey, good morning, Doug.
Yeah, just a sec here. Let me sit up. I apologize, Steve. Kind of starting off like Eagle here. This is probably the most important call I'll make to your show. If you just give me a minute here, I'll kind of explain.
Okay.
First, I've been listening to the show since the very early 90s. I wasn't even able to drive a truck when I started listening to the show. I wasn't even old enough to have a license to drive. The picture your father and then you painted of the world of a truck driver set my heart on fire. As soon as I turned 21, I hit the road. I've been driving a truck since 1996 officially. I'm 47 now. I've been driving in many different capacities. I'll get to the heart of what I'm trying to say. I've been so many places in this country as an over-the-road driver, depending on your weather forecast. I mean, I look forward to it like a kid looks forward to opening presents on Christmas Day.
Wow, okay.
I mean, I can't even begin to tell you the places that I've been that it saved me or prepared me for what's ahead. Steve, you've got the most complete and in-depth forecast of any that I can find out there, and that's including YouTube channels that are just devoted to the weather solely. I mean, you're the last vestige of nighttime live overnight radio. No one else is doing it. It's dying. It's almost gone. I can't thank you enough, you and your father, for, like I said, painting the picture of what's out there. This has been my life. I'm 47 now. Trucking has been my entire life. I don't know what I would do without it. And I don't know what I would do without you on the radio overnight. Your forecast, I mean, I've been sitting in Ontario, Oregon, prepared for a West Coast snowstorm or a Intermountain West. I've been in New York and been prepared for a snowstorm that I'm going into. I love hearing about what other people are going through in terms of weather. Steve, all I could say is don't change the show. Follow your instincts. I'm just so glad you're there, and what a wonderful show, and I thank you, and have a great night.
Thank you so much, Doug. Yeah, great call. Don't be a stranger. There you go. Well, again, it's not like I don't get to take credit for all the putting together the weather. I use my sources, AccuWeather, a prime source. I use the Weather Channel a bit. I use the Kamala, which is the university page, to get the severe weather, the live reports when it comes to the likes of tornado warnings and things of that nature. But all right, so I think we'll just kind of keep on trucking, as they say. So how about AccuWeather forecasters are telling us this week, and this is what people look forward to, a volatile pattern may be bringing the risk of severe weather and even some wintertime snowflakes in just a few days' time as our next potent cold front crashes through the region. You woke up yesterday morning. You saw temperatures below freezing, widespread frost across portions of New England, parts of New York, Pennsylvania, West Virginia, Kentucky, and Virginia. For the first of the season for some, More southerly locations, Lexington was at 31 Sunday morning. Charleston, West Virginia, morning low of 34. As the week progresses, cooler than average conditions are going to gradually wane. Temperatures pretty much near normal for today and Tuesday. Now, for cities like Pittsburgh, Detroit, Buffalo, New York, the peak of the mild conditions will be Tuesday and Wednesday for you. Afternoon high is going to be probably a good 10 degrees above normal into the 70s. Along the eastern seaboard, it'll be on Wednesday. Highs ranging from about 70 in Boston, mid-70s in Richmond, Virginia. These temperatures will also set to be as much as 10 degrees above normal for mid-October. For most of the region, Wednesday afternoon, probably a great time to spend some time outdoors. If you're going to the pumpkin patch, taking a hike, or just taking a look at some of the fall colors, I noticed the leaves beginning to change here in southwest Ohio. Just beginning, but lurking behind that warm-up, though, another reminder. Winter is just around the corner. Forecasters say a potent front is going to sweep across the eastern half of the country, bringing with it some cold Canadian air. Temperatures are going to crash as a surge of cold air follows that powerful cold front this week. Now, this particular cold front first settles into the upper Midwest by midweek, sweeps through the Great Lakes, then the Ohio Valley. Temperature swings across the Ohio Valley and the Northeast are going to be pretty drastic. Highs falling as much as 15 degrees in just a couple days' time. Unlike the cold front we saw last week that did not have much moisture to work with, this one's going to be different. More moisture in the atmosphere as this front moves through. Widespread rain and even thunderstorms. Further north, you get the combination of the cold air and that moisture. It's going to bring a few snowflakes to parts of the Great Lakes. The most widespread snow is going to be across Minnesota, Wisconsin, parts of Michigan, and maybe even New York may see a few flakes. Between Wednesday and Friday of this week, rainfall totals ½ inch to 1 inch will be very common from Illinois to Michigan to Massachusetts and Maine. This front's going to slow down for the end of the week, allowing more localized rainfall totals 2 to 3 inches there in eastern Pennsylvania on up into New Hampshire. Remember, that front that stalled off the coast last week has already brought a lot of rain to eastern Pennsylvania. You're not going to be able to absorb a lot of that moisture. But this front has the potential to spark severe thunderstorms from the Midwest to the eastern USA Wednesday and Thursday this week. It's the proverbial clash of the air masses. The milder air ahead of the cold front that's going to follow behind a dramatic change, bringing with it again possibly some severe weather. Gusty showers and thunderstorms may accompany this front across the Northeast, as well as the Mid-Atlantic as it pushes eastward on Thursday. Even some small hail can't be ruled out for some. Travelers, especially like you in the high-profile vehicles, will need to be on the lookout for these wind gusts, as it's going to make driving at high speeds very difficult, even dangerous, with some of those straight-line winds coming our way later this week. All right, there you go. It's 844-844-3388. Would that be Heat Wave? Hello, Heat Wave. What's going on?
Good morning, senor. Oh, not a whole hell of a lot. Yeah, your weather, keep it, because it does help us plan a route that may be an alternate route. And you go around the country. It's not like you're focused in, and everyone's already said pretty much what I'm saying. So, keep it, and that's about all I got to say about that. You wouldn't by chance have change for a nickel, right? Because I just gave you my 2 cents on that.
There you go.
Yeah, all righty. Now, let's see here. I'm going to be taking taking some time off here starting Wednesday night, early Thursday morning. I'm going to be running down to Texas and meeting my new brother that I found, and hopefully meeting my new sister that I found through 23andMe. But, you know, I've already talked to one. He's all for it. And well, I'm still waiting to hear from my sister. And I've got an Uncle Ed with 2 D's out of Alton, Missouri. And he's like, well, you know what, until we are 100% certain, you know, he says, I'll talk to you, but I ain't going to divulge any family information. It's like, well, okay. So I guess I'm going to have to make a trip to Houston once I'm in Central Texas and talk to these people down there to give them $500 to open up the records to make sure that, you know, I do have the right family, although it's more than 99 and 44 100s. So we're pretty sure. But that's yeah, I'll be sure to call in when I'm driving down the highways in the Camaro /flight jet plane, because I'm gonna be flying down there in that car. Alrighty. You know, Russia is complaining because their supply bridge to support the war in Ukraine has been damaged. Who friggin' who? You know, it wasn't Ukraine that started this damn war.
Yeah.
It was them, and they thought they could just take the country. You know, they're like Texas A&M. They think they can just take the field and everyone's going to roll over and give it to them. No, you have to earn that victory. And Putin is getting red in the face because the Ukrainians are, you know, they're making it hard on them. That 30-day war wound up being 8 months plus, right? So, I mean, this is a major embarrassment for Putin, although it's costing us, because here we are, we're protecting someone else's border by proxy, giving them the munitions to fight with. Yet here we are, we can't even plug up our southern border down here. I mean, it's just, it is beyond words of how ignorant and how ineffective that this current administration is. I mean, even with the evidence in front of their face, they cannot see the forest for the trees. Ducey was asking Jean-Pierre Van Damme, whatever her name is, you know, what are we going to do with the border? They're coming across. And she's like, no, they're not. They're not coming across the border like that. You're crazy. Well, I don't know, but I've seen the video from the people on the ground, the drones in the air. You know, they're showing these people are hopping over or just running, you know, for their life across the once they get through the river on this side. And, you know, those that got away, you know, they're up to no good. Those that stop at the border, you know, when they cross over saying asylum with their hands in the air, well, you know, we can account for them then. And it's highly unlikely they'll ever come to court when their court date is. They need to hire 87,000 immigration judges, put them down there at the border, and say, okay, this is what we're not waiting years. You're going to wait hours, if not days, to find out whether or not your claim is good.
Hear the case and then ship them back. Yeah. I mean, did you catch over the weekend out in your part of the country that the stabbing suspect that stabbed the showgirls and killed 2 out there was an illegal, a Guatemalan immigrant illegally in the country?
Yes. I mean, good night. And apparently he's been known, because he's already been across the border a couple of times. Is that right?
Now that I'm not certain of. All I know is I saw that it was an illegal from Guatemala.
Yeah.
Shouldn't have been here.
They said he was over there in Los Angeles in front of one of their buildings complaining he had lost his home and everything over here. So I don't know. And Steve, I know that sometimes you must cringe when when characters like Right Wing Nut or Mugu Guy Pan or whoever gets on there, Bill Clinton, and I know you cringe thinking, "Oh Lord, is this going to be the last time I'm going to be on YouTube?" You know.
Yes, sir.
But
Sad but true.
We're having fun. Yeah, we're having fun, and I don't know. Rumble may be a good plan for you. I don't know, but I mean that's what we're here. We're entertainment, information. I mean, without that, we might as well go ahead and be talking about space critters and asteroids and little green goblins and whatnot. So all I can say is, Senor, keep up the good work. Don't change the thing, and let's just go ahead and plow ahead. Have yourself a good morning, Senor. We'll talk to you later.
All right, we will keep plugging away. I'm looking at the story from the New York Post this past day. The man charged with fatally stabbing 2 and wounding 6 others in the crazed rampage on the Las Vegas Strip was indeed in the United States illegally and has a criminal record. The 32-year-old alleged attacker, a Guatemalan national with a criminal record in California, according to Immigration and Customs Enforcement, now charged with 2 counts of open murder with a deadly weapon, 6 counts of attempted murder in this senseless, broad daylight attack. He had asked a group of women dressed as showgirls to take a picture with him with a knife. When they declined, he began the deadly stabbing frenzy. The suspect told police he thought the women were laughing at him and making fun of his clothing. He then fled and allegedly killed 47-year-old Brent Allen Hallett with what police described as a large knife with a long blade, actually being followed by concerned eyewitnesses who were calling 911. Among those who were injured, 1 victim underwent surgery and is still in critical condition, 2 in serious condition, while the remaining 3 are reported to be in fair condition. Barrios was detained by security guards from the Sands, I guess the resort there, with Metropolitan police officers while running on the Strip sidewalk. Currently being held in the Clark County Detention Center, made his first court appearance on Friday. Obviously, he will remain in custody, but should not have been in the country to begin with. And these are the kind of things, these are exactly the scenarios where we have this whole, if you call it a debate, because the one side doesn't even want to talk about it, about the open border. Of course, they say the border's secure. And obviously, we all know, anyone with a lick of common sense, the border is far, far from secure. But there is the latest. A couple minutes before we roll toward the top of the hour. We'll be heading toward the midnight hour on the West Coast. Hello to the Midnight Special. Good morning.
Good morning, Steve.
How was your weekend?
I just wanted to call back. Oh, it was pretty good. Just sat around the house and had a few skull busters. That was about it.
Mm-hmm.
But I wanted to call and comment on your show. I think you need to leave it like it is. And as far as the other aspects of your show, you're all we got left, Steve, unless we want to go over and listen to Bigfoot and UFOs. This is all we got left. Those other trucking shows and those other channels, they wouldn't let us talk about stuff we can talk about on here.
Mm-hmm.
You're all we got left. I say don't. Keep everything like it is, Steve. You're doing a great job.
Well, thank you for
checking in. But other than that, I just want to... I heard you talking about football. I want to say NC State Wolfpack, they got a good year going this year. My daughter goes to school at NC State. That's about all the football I follow.
NC State. If they lost a game, they've lost what?
They beat Clemson.
And that was
About two weeks
the
ago.
upset. Yeah, it was. Yeah.
But my daughter goes to school there. That's about the only football I follow. She goes to school at NC State veterinarian. That's about all the football I follow. I quit following the NFL and all that stuff back when they started doing the kneeling and all that stuff. I lost all interest in all that stuff.
I know what you mean. Yep. Yes, I'm looking
But,
here, and NC State is ranked 15th right now, and I mean, oddly enough, Clemson's ranked number 4.
Yeah, I don't know how they come up with some of that polling stuff. I scratch my head sometimes when I look at those polls.
You're not the only one.
But other than that, Steve, that's all I got. But I got a little joke for you before I get off here.
All right, lay it on us.
This duck walked into the store the other day to get him a condom. He laid that condom up on the counter, and the man said, "You need to put that on your bill?" He said, "No, I ain't that kind of duck." Have a good one, Steve.
Thank you much. All right, there you go. For over 60 years, Sta-Bil has been the go-to additive when storing your lawn equipment, boats, collector cars, generators, anything that's going to be sitting around with gas in it. Sta-Bil Storage keeps gas fresh for up to 2 years and at the same time combats corrosion issues in your fuel system. Store your engine the right way with Sta-Bil. And we get a news update, top of the hour, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of a cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot's Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot's Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With a product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News. I'm Tony Maruso reporting. A 20-year-old man caught in a love triangle is in custody in Houston, Texas, after fatally shooting a 31-year-old man who was having a relationship with the same woman he was seeing. Investigators say Shanquez Shanton turned himself in after Thursday's shooting, but is claiming innocence. Shanton's lawyer, Cornell X, says it was all in self-defense.
He said to me the only reason he pulled that trigger is because that man started beating that woman unmercifully, and that he kept beating that woman, and he felt that he was possibly going to kill her.
Charlie Crist, whose career as a Republican ended with a hug from a Democratic president, may have seen his political fate sealed by another Democratic president complimenting his Republican rival. That's the sentiment rolling through Democratic circles in Florida after President Joe Biden's tour of the state's storm-ravaged Gulf Coast, where he praised Republican Governor Ron DeSantis, Crist's opponent, for his handling of Hurricane Ian. Biden called DeSantis' response pretty remarkable after a congenial joint event with his sometime nemesis. Hurricane Ian's arrival a month before the election has pushed politics to the back burner as state and local leaders continue to deal with the fallout of the deadliest storm to hit Florida in generations. It's been a challenge for Democratic candidates to turn the attention back to the campaign trail with so much focus on the recovery and so many residents in Southwest Florida homeless. 2 Russians are seeking asylum in Alaska.
2 Russians seeking asylum in the United States took a small boat from Russia to Alaska earlier this week. News media in Alaska say villagers alerted the Coast Guard after the men came ashore Tuesday on St. Lawrence Island. That's in the middle of the Bering Sea between Russia and Alaska. The men were flown to Anchorage, where they're now in the Department of Homeland Security custody, while their asylum claim is being processed. From the West Coast, USA Radio News Bureau, I'm Lance Prime.
This is USA Radio News.
Mike Lindell and MyPillow offering the BOGO extravaganza right now on a whole slew of MyPillow products. Now you can find all sorts of great deals on MyPillow bed sheets, Giza Elegance MyPillow, 6-piece towel sets, Roll and Go Anywhere pillows, much more, all priced buy one, get one free. Go to mypillow.com/USA, use promo code USA, or call 1-800-951-8175 and find you some great MyPillow products. They're all available. Oh, by the way, you can also get Mike's book absolutely free with any purchase, but you have to go to mypillow.com/USA or call 1-800-951-8175 and make sure you use the promo code. The buy one, get one extravaganza going on right now at mypillow.com.
A police chief in Texas was arrested on Thursday after allegedly soliciting prostitution from a minor. Thomas Peoples, 55, was the police chief in Oak Ridge, Texas, and he was arrested in Arlington on Thursday, charged with solicitation of prostitution from a person under 18. Police in Arlington said that a juvenile reported an incident involving Peoples, and he was arrested. He was released on $25,000 surety bond, according to jail records. He was fired from his position as the Oak Ridge police chief after the incident. The NFL and NFL Players Association agreed to modify the league's concussion protocol. The league and the union have put new guidelines in place, adding ataxia to the list of no-go symptoms when a player sustains an apparent head injury. In a statement, the NFL defined ataxia as an abnormality of balance, stability, motor coordination, or dysfunctional speech caused by a neurological issue. So simply put, if a player has trouble walking, talking, or can't keep his balance after getting hit in the head, he will be pulled from the game. Here's the call on the Georgia Bulldog Sports Network as Stetson Bennett rushes 64 yards on the keeper for a touchdown, giving number 2 Georgia a 28-3 lead over Auburn in the fourth quarter on Saturday.
Pressure from the edges. Bennett's going to take it and run it. Stetson 40, 45-50, 45-40, 35-30, angles to the left, 20, 10. Does he have it? Yeah! Touchdown, Stetson Bennett.
Georgia beat Auburn 42-10. For USA Radio News, I'm Tony Marusso.
Do you owe the IRS $10,000 or more in back taxes? Are you being audited or investigated? Has the IRS sent you a letter demanding payment? You may not owe what they claim. Make this free call to the tax doctor now. Let them negotiate with the IRS on your behalf. Call 800-631-9123. 800-631-9123. That's 800-631-9123.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Well, that midnight hour is upon us, and we really got a long, long way to go. How will we stay awake? Thanks to Chris, for goodness sake. We got Steve Summers on the radio. We got that hot shot secret in the diesel. You know, it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. How about you, Big Ed? Are you with me? Break 1-9 for that Carolina monkey gouger. Negatory there, hillbilly. You clean clear to Flagtown. Let it roll. Well, we all tune in to catch the weather. Whether rain or sleet or even snow. It don't matter if you're in New York or Dallas. We'll catch it all on that Steve Summers show. We got that hot shot secret in the diesel. You know, it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. We got that hot shot secret in the diesel. You know, it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. Let's start this overnight drive.
How about that? There we go. Underway on a Monday. Close out the weekend. Hate when that happens. But another weekend will be here before you know it, right? Yeah, we all know time flies when you're having fun. And a couple of things you need to be made aware of coming up later this week. All right, this may be a real headache. PA Turnpike, Pennsylvania Turnpike will be closed for a 55-hour period starting Friday between the Lehigh Valley and Mahoning Valley interchanges on the Turnpike's northeastern extension, 476. According to the Turnpike Commission news release, this stretch of the Pennsylvania Turnpike will close at 4 a.m. October 14 and remain closed in both directions until October 17. The demolition of the current bridge, which was built in 1957, and construction of a new steel superstructure requiring the more than 2-day closure. About 30,000 vehicles utilize this bridge every day. This new superstructure has been under construction since March of this year, near the existing bridge. The construction technique being used, accelerated bridge construction, eliminates the need for months or years of single-lane traffic patterns and other restrictions by closing that part of the roadway for a limited period over just a weekend. Obviously, traffic will be detoured. I'm not going to go through all the detours, but you're rolling through there. Follow the signs. This construction schedule is subject to change now based on the weather, according to the Turnpike Commission. Updated traffic info available at the 511 PA mobile app and the PA Turnpike Alerts. They've got a Twitter account there. But starting 4 a.m. Friday morning, rather than typically they close things down on a Friday evening, but it's going to take a little bit longer than just the typical weekend to get that done. Back to the phones. Would that be Philip on board this morning? Happy Monday.
Hey, buddy, how you doing? Did you get my pictures of the launch over the weekend?
I saw that. Yes, sir, I sure did.
Yeah, that was a pretty good launch we had Saturday. That's amazing stuff when they put it right down on the barge, and you can actually see where the rocket took off behind it. That was pretty cool. I didn't know if I'd catch it or not on my phone, but I got a little bit of it. It was going away from me, going east instead of going north, so it was going away from me when I got some of those pictures.
Mm-hmm.
Turned out pretty good. Hey, Steve, I know I heard Heatwave talking about the Russian bridge deal. I heard last night that they're thinking that might have been underneath the bridge instead of a truck. What do you?
Only thing I'd seen was truck bomb, but I don't know.
Yeah, there's some video. Well, the video of it, they're looking at evidence now. They think that it might have been planted underneath the bridge, and was already set up underneath that bridge. Of that, there might have been something set up underneath it. So they don't know. But as far as Ukraine goes, the guy did. That's the strategy of war. I mean, what if you take out your opponent? You just, that's how you do it. You cut off everything.
Mm-hmm.
So those folks in Crimea, the only way they can go through now is, I mean, they're getting traffic through there and stuff, but they got to go through Ukraine to get over. So I mean, that's what you saw is a strategy of war. I mean, that's how war works. Take out your opponents, that's the way it works.
The crucial,
and,
the supply lines. That's what's the crucial part.
Yeah. So Putin, I don't know. Did you see also that he's got a new commander for Crimea? Did you see that one, Steve?
I saw that he put the Air Force guy in charge of all the Ukrainian forces. Is that the one you're talking about, or no?
Well, one of his main commanders that's over, kind of protecting Crimea, he got rid of him and he put another commander in his place. And they say this guy, he's like more aggressive and stuff. So it's gonna get a little bit more brutal. I just hope that he doesn't try using that nuke stuff. If he tries that, that's gonna be nasty. And we don't want to see that.
Right.
But I tell you what, though, I'm really surprised that the way I just heard it on your news there, talking about the election might be kind of swayed due to the storm coming through down here. How Biden and DeSantis have kind of got together. What do you think?
You think that that's going to garner more support for Republicans? Is that what they're saying, or?
Well, it's kind of making the Democrats wonder what the heck, man. We're going to have to work together a lot more, and that's what I've been kind of saying all along. We need to work together instead of being political. We need to work together and get things done, and just proof of it right there.
Mm-hmm.
Why worry about cutting each other's throats and just get things going here? That's what we need to do. We need to work together as a team and get things going with the nation. It's going to take a lot of recovery down there in Southwest Florida. And unfortunately, it hit a lot of places that are big money down there. So it's going to take a lot of big money to bring it back the way it was. I mean, I hear that Sanibel, they're already starting to rebuild that causeway and trying to get everything going back with that as far as ferry service and everything. And Pine Island, they've got that situation straightened out to where they can get people into Pine Island now. But maybe the storm was something that could change a lot of things other than just the topography. So that's all I got today, Steve. You have a good one. And by the way, don't change the show. Just let it go. I mean, we need the weather. We need all that stuff. So just let it go. So we'll talk to you later, buddy.
Thank you much. Appreciate you checking in, Philip. Have a great day. And I know there's still a lot of, conversation about, the forecasts and why so many, who were impacted by the hurricane did not evacuate. A lot of the finger pointing thing, who's to blame kind of stuff. Yeah, give you more on that coming up here momentarily. Meanwhile, You know, when Putin announced the call-up of 300,000, there has been a mass exodus. I guess you'd call them Dodge drafters, right? People fleeing the country because they don't want to fight this war. And I was looking at the story out of Kazakhstan where they're interviewing some of these who are fleeing Russia. This guy, Vadim, says, I was silent. He's a 28-year-old engineer. I simply stopped talking while I was at work. I was angry and afraid when the invasion began back in February. But he says he actually took to the streets of Moscow to protests. But Putin's September 21st order to draft at least 300,000 to fight felt like the point of no return. We don't want this war, he says. We can't change something in our country, though we have tried. He, like so many others, decided he had only one option left. Several days after Putin's draft order, he bid his grandmother a tearful farewell and left his home in Moscow, potentially forever. Vadim and his friend traveled as fast as they could to Russia's border with the former Soviet Republic of Kazakhstan, where they waited in line for 3 days to cross. We ran away from Russia because we want to live. We're afraid we could be sent to Ukraine, he says. Now, both ask not to be identified to protect loved ones left behind in Russia. But last week in Kazakhstan's commercial capital, Almaty, standing in line with more than 150 other who recently arrived Russians outside of a government registration center, part of the exodus of draft dodgers, which they now say more than 200,000 Russians have streamed into Kazakhstan following Putin's conscription announcement. Now, if you said we're calling up 300,000 and you've had 200,000 flee the country, obviously that 200,000 is not all individuals that could be called up with the draft. I guess many of them may be married men with girlfriends or whatever that are fleeing together. But that they've had more exit the country to flee the draft than apparently they've actually had showing up to register to be called up. And it isn't hard to spot the new Russian arrivals at the main railway station. Every hour it seems young Slavic men emerge from the train wearing backpacks, slightly dazed, looking at their phones, trying to get directions. They interviewed several of them, arriving from cities across Russia. When asked why they've left, they all say the same thing: mobilization. It's not something I want to participate in, says a 30-year-old computer programmer. Most of the new Russian exiles spoke on condition of anonymity. Georgie, a writer in his late 30s, says he fled to Kazakhstan last week after suffering panic attacks that he thought he would be drugged into the military. How can I take part in a war without a wish to win this war? There's going to be no zeal to fight, right? And that's going to be the case for many of those that are called up. Now looking for an apartment in Almaty in hopes that his wife and young son can visit with him in the winter. Now, I found it interesting. They said these Russian exiles are not technically refugees. How could that be? Well, because the Russian government still isn't officially at war with Ukraine. This has been going on for 8 months now. I mean, it's not officially war? Well, absolutely it's war. According to the Kremlin, it's a, quote, special military operation against its Ukrainian neighbor. Call it what you want, but you're at war. Russian citizens are currently able to enter Kazakhstan for short periods with their national ID cards. And I guess the Central Asian country's president has urged his compatriots to welcome the new arrivals. Most of them are forced to leave because of the hopeless situation. We must take care of them and ensure their safety, said the president there in Kazakhstan. Interested 200,000, though, have streamed out of Russia. Horse feathers.
Thanks for taking me back, Your Honor. It might be a little bit old news by now because I've gotten down around the D.C. Beltway, but back up on the Baltimore Beltway on what they call the inner loop, which is it's the whole part of the 695 that's closest to the city, so it doesn't matter which side of the city you're on, north, south, east, or west. It's always the inner loop, and they keep changing the direction on it for the direction you travel, so it gets kind of confusing. But on the west side of Baltimore, on the inner loop, on the 695, they're doing construction, and they got it down to one lane there from like exit 12 for about 4 or 5 miles. And throughout that section of construction, there was 3 individual accidents they had working there. So they were kind of zigzagging traffic back and forth around the accidents and kind of moving the one lane around to try to get around where the accidents had happened. And it all looked pretty confusing and jammed up and looked like it was going to be a pretty good mess. But if you're traveling on the west side of Baltimore there, trying to not be on 95 and on the 695 route there, there's construction, and as I say, they got some accidents involved. So, but I don't know. Are we going to be able to keep doing that? Because if they don't want national weather, us people doing local traffic reports in Baltimore that don't have any effect on Las Vegas, Nevada, I don't know. Maybe we're not going. The terrestrial radio people aren't going to want to hear that either. But I don't know. Maybe we should take a poll on that there on another day there, right?
I say let's do what we've done. Let's do what we've done for 25, 35 years, however long it's been, right?
There you go. So I think your high up radio executive guy got a topic started for us tonight there that he probably didn't realize how hot a topic he'd actually start, did he? So, but anyway, say with all that there, we'll let you go, and you know the drill. You gotta go look for an intelligent caller.
Oh, was that right? Okay, we'll take care of that. And we'll be back into the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. You climb into your diesel and it feels like you're sitting on an ice cube. Imagine how your engine feels after a frosty night. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. As the temperatures drop, water that is emulsified within your fuel is released, adding more water into your system. Frozen water in your fuel lines, filter, or bowl will simply slow the flow, or worse, stop the flow of fuel in your system. No fuel flow, no start. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret.
Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com. Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive. Plus, CDL drivers, military, and first responders get an additional 10% off.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
Well, apparently he was running a rather complex double broker scheme intended to defraud motor carriers and freight brokers operating in California. Earlier here last week, 45-year-old Alexis Padilla from Tijuana pleading guilty to wire fraud charges related to the double broker scheme, according to the U.S. Attorney's Office, Southern District of California. Authorities say he stole the identity of an interstate carrier located in Spring Valley in San Diego and agreed to deliver loads using that carrier's identity. However, instead of delivering these loads, he posed as a shipper and rebrokered the loads to other trucking companies who actually delivered the freight. Now, he collected the payments from customers as the Spring Valley carrier and did not pay the trucking companies that actually delivered the cargo. Yeah, most of the double broker scheme was orchestrated out of Tijuana, Mexico, according to authorities. He was arrested in Italy, actually, and extradited to the United States back in May of this year. As part of his plea agreement, Padilla has agreed to pay restitution to his victims, and amount estimated at about $240,000. Padilla used deceit and deception to defraud freight brokers and interstate carriers trying to make an honest living moving goods here in the United States. He will now be held to account for his crimes, even though they were committed from outside the USA. Commending the prosecutor team as well as the Department of Transportation for the investigation and prosecuting the case. Well, there you go. Scheduled for sentencing on December the 7th. He faces a maximum penalty of 20 years in prison and a $250,000 fine. This was investigated by the Department of Transportation Office of Inspector General. That wouldn't be the first double broker scheme. Yeah, it happens probably a lot more often we'd like to think out there. But all right, we'll get back to the calls coming up. Room for you on a Monday. I want to jump on board. It's 844-844-3388. We'll get back following the news break here, bottom of the hour. It is the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Pure Flow Air Dog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with Pure Flow Air Dog.
At Hot Shot Secret, we listen to our customers. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time. Our fans call it EDT.
I'm Nathan from Ellisville, Mississippi, and I drive a 2017 Ford F-350 Power Stroke. I've been using Hot Shot Secret EDT every tank for almost 3 years, and I've seen about 1.5 to 2 miles per gallon increase in fuel mileage.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook. Hey there, listening friends. I want to remind you, don't forget you can get 10% off your entire order at HotShotSecret.com by simply using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News. I'm Tony Marusso reporting. gunfight erupted in Upper Manhattan Saturday evening after a driver jumped a curb and ran down a man with his car, police said. Two men were walking in Washington Heights when a vehicle suddenly jumped the curb and plowed into one of them. The driver of the car jumped out of his vehicle and began shooting at the man he had just hit while he was on the ground. Police in the area later took the driver into custody and recovered a firearm, cops said. A longtime Wendy's employee with Down syndrome was allegedly fired from his job in North Carolina with no notice, and his angry sister claims management told her it was because he couldn't do the job like a normal person. Happy fans dressed to the nines are packing New York's Javits Center this weekend for the East Coast's largest pop culture convention, the New York Comic-Con, this year back to full capacity after the pandemic. An estimated 200,000 people are expected for the four-day event. This is USA Radio News.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate through the site within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free. Just go to this exclusive web address, ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. You climb into your diesel and it feels like you're sitting on an ice cube. Imagine how your engine feels after a frosty night. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. As the temperatures drop, water that is emulsified within your fuel is released, adding more water into your system. Frozen water in your fuel lines, filter, or bowl will simply slow the flow, or worse, stop the flow of fuel in your system. No fuel flow, no start. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret.
Powered by science.
All right, back at it here. What else in the mix here? Rolling into a Monday. I guess it would warrant garnering some headlines. All this talk of Vladimir Putin, nuclear weapons, tactical nukes. Is he crazy enough to actually do something like that? Yes, first and foremost, if you ask the former Joint Chiefs of Staff, Chair Mullen, he says take Putin seriously. He is a cornered animal. I guess he was on This Week, the Talking Head program, Sunday morning. Mullen said, well, I have to take Putin seriously. He's got lots of options with tactical nuclear weapons from very low-yield nuclear weapons. He is a cornered animal. And I think he's more and more dangerous. Just what's happened in the last day or two, the bridge being struck, it was logistically critical as well as very symbolic. So I think we got to take him seriously and think through what the requirements would be for us to respond to that. It also speaks to the needs, I think, to get to the table, peace talks. I'm a little concerned about the language, which we're about at the top, if you will. The Admiral pointed out, alluding to the president's remarks late last week, using the word Armageddon, and the hawkish positions from those in the administration. President Biden's language They asked, what do you mean? President Biden's language, we're about at the top of the language scale, if you will. He said, I think we need to back off a little bit and do everything we possibly can to get to the table to resolve this thing. Now, meanwhile, I said, this is things that make you go, the Biden administration is spending $290 million to purchase a drug supply to treat radiation sickness, according to the announcement from the Health and Human Services Department. All this at a time when Putin's threatening to use nuclear weapons. The Health and Human Services purchase kind of parallels state and local governments as they've begun some public awareness campaigns alerting citizens to the dangers of nuclear fallout and how to react to such an emergency. The purchase of the drug Nplate, Nplate, from Amgen USA. Now, they say, according to the Health and Human Services Department, it is not connected necessarily to Putin's threats. This is part of a long-standing, ongoing effort by the administration for strategic preparedness and response to prepare the U.S. better for the potential health impacts of a wide range of threats to national security, whether it's chemical, biological, radiological, nuclear, pandemic, emerging infectious diseases. This purchase was made in the Health and Human Services Project BioShield, which develops drugs and vaccines to counter threats and then stockpiles them for national preparedness. The Nplate purchase for $290 million in Project BioShield designated funding will maintain the drug supply in what they call vendor-managed inventory. But, I guess they say timing-wise, odd that kind of purchase comes up at the exact same time, all this discussion about nukes. Boy, oh boy. All righty, Knucklebuster on the line. Yes, sir.
Thanks for taking me back, Mr. Steve Summers. Got to be prepared there. That's the Boy Scout motto there, right?
Yes, sir.
Absolutely.
Do you think that kind of makes does that make people feel more concerned, like the administration's alluding that something really might happen with that?
I don't know if it's really going to happen or not, Steve there. I mean, he's running his mouth off over there. I guess we got one over here that runs his mouth all the time too, right? I think that ought to be like Israel, and they give everybody a gas mask, supply you with a mop suit and all that stuff, just have everybody prepared. That'd be a lot better than just giving people money to go spend it on a 6-pack of Skull Busters or a pack of cigarettes, right?
Yeah, right.
Yep. Well, I survived Chicago last Friday, but Steve, they sent me all the way up there into Wisconsin to reload. I can't even pronounce the name of that town. I mean, it's just, I could spell it for you, and that'd be about the best of it. Mukwonago. Is that Mukwonago?
Sounds about right, yeah. Mukwonago?
Yeah. I don't know. Well, I was glad to be back home Saturday morning. That's all I was worried about there. I read there was a new world record for an electric vehicle, Steve. 0 to 62 miles an hour in 1.416 seconds. That's about the blink of an eyeball, isn't it?
What kind of vehicle did that?
An electrical vehicle.
Electric vehicle. I thought that's what you said.
Yeah. Yeah, I didn't stutter. Yeah, I don't know. They keep working with them things. I don't know who verified it there or what. It was on the drive, so I read also a couple guys down there in Florida, they use them F-150s to fire their home there after Hurricane Ian there. So I say just go buy a gas-fired generator and make sure you got plenty of gas there. And Elon Musk announces that the first Tesla semi-truck delivers to Pepsi in December. Well, you know, they fired half of them Pepsi drivers for failing a drug test.
I didn't catch that, really?
Yeah, they tested positive.
I knew that was coming, yeah, right.
Yep. And you got $250,000 you just want to throw away?
I ain't got $250 I'm going to throw away, but what could I get for $250,000?
A 1946 Chevrolet beer tanker.
Oh, really?
It's a rat rod truck. Yep, has undeniable style, and you can buy it if you got the right amount of money there. And they've got a trio of Porsches down there in Florida. They tried to sell. Of course, they been flooded out, so you can get them on the cheap real quick there, you know.
Mm-hmm.
So I got one for you here. Now, this is from on the product showcase. I'll email it to you, and you can read it during the break there. And it talks about the lubricants they telling people to use there.
Really?
So, well, that's all my bull on it for right now. We'll keep easing this old truck down the highway there, and we'll keep listening to that Steve Summers Overnight Drive there.
Yeah, we'll keep doing what we do. Thank you very much. And 17. I pulled it up here. It's how do you pronounce it? Deuce Villani? D-E-U, Deuce Villani, I believe it is. The world's fastest electric car. 1 second, it moves you at 3.2 G's through 10 seconds. It'll go from 60. It'll go from 0 to 60 in 1.6 seconds and exceed 200 miles per hour by the end of the first quarter mile. This phenomenal machine can cross the quarter mile mark in less than 9 seconds, has a top speed of 288 miles per hour. Specifications includes 6 times more powerful than average, 3 times lighter than average, 8 times as efficient as average. Whatever average would be for the electric vehicle, right? So what does that mean? Well, it's less drag and better range, 280 miles, means that it outperforms even the best gasoline sports cars. In virtually every category, delivers impressive performance, has an all-electric drivetrain that emits 0 emissions, never needs gas or oil changes, and because the powertrain needs no air intake or exhaust components, there are no noises from turbochargers or engines, just silent, high-performance driving. I don't know about you, but I'm thinking, how many G's did it say that thing pulled? It moves at 5.6 G's. 1 second, you're pulling 3.2. The average person, I mean, that's 5 G's? Are you kidding me? I think I'll pass on that, have a heart attack. It's 844-844-3388. All right, we've almost cleared the lines out. Got 5-7 on board. After that, jump on in. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret.
Powered by science.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I have one question for you. Do you want to stop worrying about the IRS? If the answer is yes, then look no further. I've been around for years. I've helped countless people across the country, and my success rate speaks for itself. So now you know where to find good, honest help with your tax problems. What are you waiting for? If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed in years, call me now at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com for a free consultation and get your life back.
If you're looking to improve fuel economy, try Hot Shot Secret's Everyday Diesel Treatment. Order at hotshotsecret.com and don't forget 10% off your entire order.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
I was looking through some of the other, I guess you'd call these high-performance electric vehicles, fastest cars. Now, the one I just shared with you, the Deuce, whatever it was, I guess they're calling it the fastest because it hits top speed of 288 miles per hour. Yeah, there's actually a little further down, there's a Volkswagen that gets you to 0 to 60 faster than 1.6. 0 to 60 in 1.25 seconds. Quarter mile time of 9.92 at 135 miles per hour. It's top speed of 258, so it doesn't go the 288, but 0 to 60 in 1.25 seconds. Are you kidding me? 5-7, hey there.
Sounds like a bunch of vehicles that get you from 0 to the jail cell in no time at all.
Right?
But, yeah, I'm a 72-year-old wife. I'm 65. I think I can accelerate on that Ford Fiesta a little too fast. I'll be getting hit in the head with a cane. No, I thank you for letting me come back and vote. Your weather channels ain't gonna let us know when the chain laws are coming in effect. It's a sure thing that you're gonna let us know. I mean, if you're a little old boy in Kentucky and you got a spare truck and taking this trip, I ain't gonna fool with them chains. Well, guess what? You listen to your show, he'll know to throw them in there before he heads west. I'm just absolutely leave the show alone. I mean, stick with shoot. If you want to save time, stick with the Moose's song. Get the rest. At least it clearly identifies the show as a trucking show. My opinion. And I ain't no moose butt kisser, if you know what I mean. But the man's got talent, and I acknowledge that. Let's see. DeSantis. Now, I missed out on after the voting started. I missed out. My girl cousin with lung cancer, called, and she just needed to talk. Family first. But it's something that when you first come back on, you made mention that that scoundrel over in Vegas, they were illegal aliens.
Yep.
Well, I'm probably sure you might have already said this, but DeSantis said in his speech, some of the looters over on one of the islands that rode over there, and they arrested 3 of them. 2 of them just arrived on the bus. And I don't know if you call them illegal aliens anymore because Biden is, I guess you call Biden aliens because, they got a court appointment time and a government cell phone. So I don't know if you can legally call them illegals at that point. But here DeSantis says, we welcome them in the country like that, and this is what they're doing, already doing crime. So that's okay. You got to wonder where all these people are going to go to work, and when they get there, what are they going to do? I just a head scratcher right there. So, but we're going to leave it at that. I just wanted to make that vote. Just you run the show the way you want to. Yeah, I enjoy it just clearly identifies this as a national trucking show, mind you, international trucking show, and you need to tell them, hey, if you get enough callers from New Zealand and Australia, and even in Botswana, you know what? You get enough callers, 3 callers from any of these countries, y'all. Botswana, call up. Steve Summers will give the weather report from Botswana. So how about that? Other than that, we're going to sit back and copy the mail and enjoy the show, 10-4. 5-7, we down.
There's someone out there listening right now, 5-7, from a country, I don't even know what the hell, how do you pronounce it? Seychelles. Seychelles. Where is that?
Seychelles?
I guess that's it.
Seychelles is in the island in the middle of the Indian Ocean. It's an amazing little place. I was there. We did 2 ports of calls there. They would send us there for relaxation. It's as close as you're ever going to get to Hawaii. And I mean, beautiful women. And they met us. We get out the motor whaleboat. You didn't have to look for women. They were on the island on the shore greeting us. All you had to do is let them pick you out. I got lucky and hooked up with a red-haired girl and a first-class petty officer. He come up along the side, and I said, come on. She had a girlfriend. She said she should date, but they got a double date. I rented a mini moke, and we drove all over the island. We had a blast. So, yeah, the Seychelles is if y'all listening, it was 1977 when it was over there. It was a beautiful country. You had to drive. I kept driving on the wrong side of the road because it just got their independence from Britain. So everything was British, including, right-hand drive cars and driving on the wrong side of the road. How about it? But welcome, Seychelles.
That's very interesting. All right. Really? I mean, I'm looking at the map. It's just a little speck out there, a little island on the other side of and they're listening on the app, either the iPhone or the Android. I don't know how they found us, but you just never know, right? Never heard of that place, Seychelles. Well, good to have you on board. All right, so there we go. We cleared the lines out wide open for the first time this morning. It's 844-844-3388. Speaking of I've been saying this from the very beginning. Loading these individuals on buses along the southern border and sending them up to Martha's Vineyard and Delaware and New York, Washington, D.C. What a brilliant move. I mean, for all those who like to stick their head in the sand and make it appear that it's not a national issue, it's just them people down on the southern border. I guess if you live in southern Arizona or southern Texas, whatever the case might be, it's your problem. You decided to live there, and if you don't like it, go. That's kind of the mentality, right? New York City's mayor was a sanctuary city guy until the immigration crisis started to affect his city. Suddenly, his opinion has changed, which makes the decisions by Ron DeSantis and Greg Abbott to send these immigrants there and other cities absolutely genius. According to Jeffrey Lord, who served as Associated Political Director under President Ronald Reagan at the time. This past day, he said, I think one of the real genius plays I've seen was the decision by DeSantis and Abbott to send busloads of their illegal migrants Yeah, to New York, Martha's Vineyard, places north around the country. Yeah, because of that move, suddenly, Mayor Adams. Yeah, it's all very well. He's a sanctuary city guy and, all this kind of thing. Suddenly, the people are pouring in, and now he's got a different opinion of this. The border situation is bad stuff all around. Until we get control of the border, it is not going to end. Now, Lord, who appeared on the program in a panel discussion with the former chairwoman of the Nevada Republican Party, talking more about the president's call to forgive student loans, calling that plan one more self-inflicted wound after reports that decision could cost taxpayers $300 to $400 billion. All they had to do was have a little common sense before they made this decision in the first place, and they wouldn't be in this situation now. Yeah, this is Biden's attempt to buy votes, and then, of course, it backfires, and they got a problem on their hands. What do they say? It's something called the unintended consequences, right? News break, final hour ahead. Clear lines at 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Pure Flow Air Dog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for an easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with Pure Flow Air Dog.
At Hot Shot Secret, we listen to our customers. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time. Our fans call it EDT.
I'm Nathan from Ellisville, Mississippi, and I drive a 2017 Ford F-350 Power Stroke. I've been using Hot Shot Secret EDT every tank for almost 3 years, and I've seen about 1.5 to 2 miles per gallon increase in fuel mileage.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook. Hey there, listening friends. I want to remind you, don't forget you can get 10% off your entire order at HotShotSecret.com by simply using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
USA Radio News.
I'm Tony Marusa reporting. Ukraine is not claiming responsibility for the truck bomb attack that partially destroyed sections of the bridge linking Crimea to Russia, the rail and road link Moscow uses to supply its troops in southern Ukraine. Ukrainian member of parliament Alexei Goncharenko responded this way when asked in a BBC interview whether his government fears reprisals from Russia.
We are not afraid of Russia anymore after February 24. So they are doing everything they can to kill us and to destroy us. They are committing genocide against Ukrainians.
A Russian missile barrage that crumbled apartment buildings and houses in Ukraine's city of Zaporizhzhia killed at least 17 people and wounded dozens, Ukrainian officials said Sunday, as Moscow strained to enforce its takeover of illegally annexed territory. The blasts that collapsed at least one high-rise residential building and blew out the windows of others came from 6 missiles launched in Russian-occupied areas of the Zaporizhzhia region, the Ukrainian Air Force said. The region is one of 4 Russia claimed as its own this month, but the regional capital remains under Ukrainian control. Former UN ambassador criticizes President Biden.
Former U.S. ambassador to the UN, Nikki Haley, has weighed in on President Joe Biden's Armageddon warning on Russian President Vladimir Putin's threats to use nuclear weapons.
Every time he speaks, it's just unproductive because on one side, you're putting fear in Americans, which is not helpful. On the other side, if he knows Putin so well, he would know he should not be saying this is Armageddon because Putin is hearing that. When President Trump was in office, you didn't see these dictators doing this because there wasn't the weakness that we're seeing today.
For the USA Radio News Los Angeles Bureau, I'm Ellie Andrews.
This is USA Radio News.
You know, it's true. Difficult times have a way of focusing us. We have to think about what matters most when it comes to our spending, our health care. No doubt. This is why so many people are joining Medishare right now. Medishare is a trusted way to save up to 50% on your monthly healthcare costs. More than 400,000 people have already made the switch. It's pretty obvious why, too, especially now during this challenging season with healthcare costs and out-of-pocket expenses going up. Medishare can save you a lot of money. The typical family saves $500 a month. And Medishare is a Christian healthcare sharing ministry that's worked beautifully for 29 years. There are different options to choose from to fit your budget. I'll give you the number here in a second, and if you call, you can get a price within 2 minutes. Maybe now is the perfect time to make the switch and start saving. Here you go. Call 833-34-BIBLE. That's 833-34-BIBLE. 833-34-BIBLE.
Nearly every significant military gain for Ukrainian interests in the war with Russia has been met with jubilation from Ukrainians and their supporters who flood social media with celebratory memes. The blast on Saturday morning that damaged the vital Kerch Strait bridge that links the Crimean Peninsula to Russia was no exception. The bridge has both practical and symbolic resonance, as it is not only a critical supply line for Russian forces in the country's south, but also a personal passion project for President Vladimir Putin. Happy cosplay fans dressed to the nines are packing New York's Javits Center this weekend for the East Coast's largest pop culture convention, the New York Comic-Con. This year, back to full capacity after the pandemic. An estimated 200,000 people are expected for the 4-day event, up 50,000 from last year. Matt Batkes, who made his 10th appearance as Batman at the event Friday, said it's great to see old friends again.
I'm a seasoned veteran. I've been doing this for a long time, so I already know what to expect. But the friends I've made over the years, that's what I'm here for. I'm here to see people I haven't seen since COVID started.
Alabama was plagued by turnovers and other mistakes and once again was pushed to the brink by Texas A&M, this time with Bryce Young watching from the sideline. Things turned out differently, though, this time. Jason Milroe threw for 3 touchdowns in his first start, and number 1 Alabama made a final goal line stand to escape with a 24-20 victory over Texas A&M Saturday night. For USA Radio News, I'm Tony Maruso.
Are you tired of high cable TV rates? Sign up for Dish today and get a $500 bonus offer while supplies last. Plus, lock in your price for 2 years guaranteed. Call All American Dish, your Dish authorized retailer now.
800-296-1251. 800-296-1251. That's 800-296-1251. Offers require credit qualification, 24-month commitment, early termination fee, and e-auto pay. Restrictions apply. Call for details.
Hey, I forgot earlier. It's the $1,000 daily driver bonus. I got to get you some keywords. All right, here we go. Let's give you 2 of them real quick here because I forgot earlier. Keyword number 1, travel, T-R-A-V-E-L. You can do a little traveling with $1,000. Keyword number 2, purse. P-U-R-S-E. Yeah, ladies carry a purse, unless you carry a man purse. P-U-R-S-E. Go to tncradio.live or use the tncradio.live app. Enter those keywords and you are registered. You could win $1,000. Good luck from TNC Radio and Hot Shot Secrets. All right, back for that final hour here on a Monday. close out the weekend with all of our talk about electric vehicles. Some would suggest it. Are we going to do electric trains? I think most people who suggested that are kind of joking, but Union Pacific and ZTR have partnered on it's a hybrid electric locomotive. Prototype testing expected late next year. Union Pacific Railroad and ZTR, which is a green technology company and leader in locomotive control systems, I guess here a few days ago announcing a partnership to build hybrid electric locomotives. They'll be built at Union Pacific's North Little Rock, Arkansas facility. First prototype expected to be delivered late again next year. 5 additional units arriving in 2024. The locomotives work much like today's plug-in hybrid car, capable of operating in multiple modes, several ways to charge the locomotive batteries, including wayside and onboard charging. But Union Pacific says adding hybrid electric locomotives to our fleet is another important step as we work to explore drop-in technologies that modify current systems and reduce our carbon footprint. Yeah, this pilot will help make our fleet more fuel efficient and further advance our commitment to reaching our sustainability goals, while testing the technology's capability for expanding use across the locomotive fleet. Known as what they call mother slug sets, SLUG, mother slug sets. 2 locomotives are replaced with 1 diesel locomotive connected to an accessory or a slug. Union Pacific converts older locomotives typically with higher emissions. The slug unit would then be converted and equipped with batteries, power electronics, and controls supplied by ZTR, which will help achieve fuel and maintenance savings and offer environmental benefits, allowing the hybrid electric mother slug to operate in single-engine, battery charging, or electric-only modes. Now, these will primarily be used for yard operations. The engineless slug increases traction motors available to the locomotive, boosting the pulling and braking power that's the key for that kind of work. Let's see where it goes, but hybrid electric locomotives. Well, there you go. All right. Lone Ranger, how the heck are you? Somebody was asking about you about a week ago. I said, yeah, he's retired. He's still out there. He's working with his old cars and whatnot. But how's life treating you?
I'm doing okay. I'm actually busier in retirement than I was working. But
really?
Funniest thing that happened, right after Biden got elected and signed all those executive orders that started the destruction of the country, I thought, maybe it's time to cash in these stocks. So I did. Cashed out. My accountant went crazy. He said, oh, my God, you're going to pay 20% capital gains tax. This is horrible. You got to roll the money. I said, no. At my age, I'm not rolling nothing. I said, it's time to enjoy life. So I did it. Gave me a hard time about it. Now, here it is, a year and a half later. Turns out, yes, I had to pay 20%. Wrote out the biggest check I ever wrote in my life. But now look what happened, Steve. Stock market went down 30%. So I actually did better than if I would have left it alone. Now, of course, his response was, well, the stock market always comes back. I said, yeah, but how soon will it come back? I might be dead by then.
Mm-hmm.
So anyway, I've been, playing around with the old Corvettes and hot rods. I actually bought 2 yesterday.
Really?
And, I bought a 32 Roadster and a 62 Corvette. 32 Roadster. Actually, it was built in Cincinnati. There's a father and son team. It's called the hot rod shop or something. Anyway, it's there in Cincinnati.
Huh.
And he said Ohio. I think he said Cincinnati, but it's called the Hot Rod Shop. Anyway, it's a brand new 32 Roadster. It has a SoCal frame, brand new steel body from Brookville, which is made in Brookville, Ohio. Brand new crate Chevy engine. The whole car is brand new. It's got 1,700 miles on it. He had it built in 2016. It's in the theme of an old 50s Bonneville racer, but it's all updated. It's got a 5-speed Tremec transmission. So it's a modern car, but it looks like it was built in 1958. So anyway, this thing with these migrants, it's not funny, but it's funny what's happening, because our taxpayer money going to support somebody who broke our laws is just unbelievable. And when it kills me when I see him get off the bus. There's people there smiling and shaking their hands. Thank you for breaking our laws. Welcome to America.
Right.
That is crazy. Why aren't they getting arrested? It's illegal to come here without paperwork. It's illegal. But they're shaking their hand and thanking them for breaking the law. Did you ever see a bank robber get a handshake from the bank president for robbing a bank? This is crazy. So anyway, this border thing is so far out of control. Right now, the number one killer of adults 18 to 45 is fentanyl. The number one killer is fentanyl overdoses. They're disguising it as candy now.
Yep.
Making it look like candy. Even so, the first thing comes to my mind, if it looks like candy, every Halloween you hear about some weirdo who puts razor blades in the apple or some kind of weird stuff, some sicko. So how many children are going to die this Halloween when they eat their candy that's actually fentanyl? And I hate to see it happen, but I just see the possibility.
Possibility. Yep.
And
Way,
nobody's talking about it.
And the authorities have, they've been trying to advise people. I guess I've seen social. It really, they look like little sweet tarts. It's rainbow fentanyl, all the pretty neon colors. I could see a kid eating that. Mm-hmm.
Well, now, you don't hear anything about this on the news. There's 300 people per day dying of fentanyl deaths. And it's nothing on the news about it. And what really cracked me up was all the, Martha's Vineyard, that is a liberal hotbed. That is all liberal. Obama lives there, Madonna lives there, and they have signs all over town. We welcome everyone. Everyone is welcome here. Well, in 44 hours, they were all gone. Called in the National Guard. They picked them all up, took them over to Cape Cod to a military base. So much for welcoming migrants in Martha's Vineyard. And that's just illustrates these phony, jackass liberals. Liberalism is literally killing this country. We got a sexually confused individual, a dude, calls himself Rachel Levine, with a high-level health department. I forget the exact title, but the highest position in health in the federal government. Now, when you have a problem, don't even know which bathroom to use, how do you become a health official? That's crazy. It's insane. We have a Supreme Court justice named Jackson, who Biden went on national TV and said, I will only consider a black female for this position. So in other words, if you're better qualified, but your skin color isn't the right color for him, you're not even considered. So it's all pandering, because a lot of the common sense, productive, decent black Americans are walking away from the Democrat Party because they realize that the Democrat Party is really just using them for pawns and hasn't done anything for them for forever. So they're walking away. The military, thanks to liberal, woke, politically correct idiots, is down 40%. Nobody wants to join the military because they don't want to get involved with this woke BS. What kind of a patriotic American that wants to fight for his country is going to be involved with this woke, politically correct crap? The military is not for social experimentation. It's for fighting wars. So the people that would have joined are now turned off. So more damage being done by that. We have the highest murder rate in this country in 25 years. People are getting shot, especially in Democrat-run cities, because they have the Soros-backed DAs that let people out the next day after they commit a crime, violent crime. We're seeing the smash and grabs. We're seeing people getting punched on the street, women getting raped. Everything is up because of these liberal policies that don't punish people. If there's no deterrent to the crime, you might as well commit it because nothing's going to happen to you. We are going downhill so fast. Now you got Rocket Man is firing missiles over Japan again. Russia waited till Trump was gone to invade Ukraine because they know we have a weakling in the office. Biden goes over to Saudi Arabia and begs them to increase production. So what was their response? They decreased production. So now I just paid $3.89 for home heating oil, and it's gone up since then. It was about 2 weeks ago. The same day that the $3.89 a gallon heating oil was delivered, I paid $3.43 for gas. That's crazy. Heating oil was always less than half the price of gasoline, always, since the beginning of time. So we're going, and, inflation, I guess it's still about 8.3%. Wages went up about 5%. So the inflation is outpacing the wage increases. So you're going backwards. It costs the average family $6,800 a year more to have the same lifestyle they had before Biden came in. And believe it or not, now his approval rating is about 30%. Who are the 30% that thinks he's doing a good job? These are hardcore, brainwashed liberals that get their news from CNN, MSNBC, and all the left-wing propaganda sources. And the problem is they don't hear all the negative news about any Democrat because these sources are wings of the Democrat Party. People watching The View with those wackos.
Right.
CNN, I don't even know if they have any show hosts left. Half of them are gone. I told one guy, I said, if you're watching CNN to get your news, you don't even know what the news is because they don't report it. They spin it. They spin it so it looks good. The Democrats look good. And I said, my opinion of you, if you're watching CNN for the news, then you're sitting in the house doing the same thing that Jeffrey Toobin was doing on camera. He didn't like that too much, but anyway. So we're going down, 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 and I don't know where it's going to end. We still got this clown for 2 years if he lives long enough.
Yes, sir.
He on national TV, he shakes hands with air.
More than once.
Most recently, as soon as he gets off the teleprompter, he makes terrible, terrible comments, some of which could lead to World War III. He made comments about China that they didn't like. Now he's talking about Putin possibly using nuclear weapons against Ukraine. Now that'll scare the hell out of people. In New York City right now, they're doing commercials on what to do in case of a nuclear attack.
I saw that. Something
they have
about
a
they've
commercial on
got
TV.
billboards and commercials about where, I guess we're going back to the Cold War era where you got to have the signs letting you know where the nuclear fallout shelters are.
Yeah, but what does that do to the people living there? Probably the next day after that ad was shown for the first time, you couldn't rent a U-Haul truck because they're all gone. People hauling ass out of town. There's the New York. They're losing so many people. Most of them run to Florida. Of course, now after this hurricane, you might consider coming back. But this, I don't know where it's going to end, Steve. This is absolute crazy stuff. But there's still people that say he's doing a good job. You see him on Facebook all that. Oh, it's Trump's fault. Trump did this. because of Trump, blah, 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 Trump, Trump, Trump. When you're focusing on an ex-president that put us in better shape than we've ever been in, and they keep focusing, all these liberals on Facebook, they talk about Trump, 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 I hate Trump, blah, blah, blah. Instead of focusing on an ex-president, how about taking a close look at the current president? Trump has nothing to do with any of the decisions being made right now and hasn't for a year and a half. But they have to focus on Trump because they really don't want to focus on Biden because he's doing such a terrible job. They try to deflect from the real problem, which is him. These, like you said before, these are man-made problems. We didn't have any of these problems 2 years ago. And it keeps getting worse. Now, what I'm predicting here, and I hope I'm wrong, all of these people that are coming in are unskilled laborers. Now, McDonald's or Burger King are having trouble getting help, so they'll get some help now. But what I see happening now is the numbers of gang members increasing, because when you're down and out and you can't get a job and you have no money, you have no skills, a lot of people turn to crime because they can get some money. And that's what I see possibly happening. You've got, 2 million people that are unskilled coming into this country. Where are they going to live? How are they going to pay the rent? Rents have gone up crazy. You're going to wind up with more clown houses with 30 people living in a 2-bedroom house, and possibly more gang members, because that's where they can get their money. So I don't know where it's going to end, but I'm going to just stay in the garage. I'm hoping we survive this.
Yeah.
I'll stay in a garage and hide and leave the radio on, listen to my music, and hope everything goes well. All right, well, good to hear you, and I'm going to stay up a little while yet, and I'll talk to you later on.
Thank you for checking in. Good to hear from you, Ranger. Anytime you're up, feel free to dial us up there. Yeah, you mentioned the stock market. We were talking Friday morning. Remember we were saying the job numbers, what the expectation, the anticipation was? Yeah, well, Wall Street falls sharply Friday after a solid jobs report for September. Now, if you were with us last week, several nights in a row, I was sharing the Breitbart report where good news is bad and bad news is good right now. Everything's upside down when it comes to the financial market. You say, well, you got a solid jobs report. That should be good news, right? It's good news for the jobs, but it means the Federal Reserve is going to barrel ahead with their interest rate hikes that many investors fear is going to push us into a recession. So, yeah, that's how good news becomes bad. The Labor Department reported the unemployment rate actually fell, which that's normally good, down to 3.5%. Lower. The expectation was 3.7%. The economy continues to show resilience despite the Fed's effort to bring down high inflation by weakening growth. Non-farm payrolls rose by 263,000 jobs. The prediction was about 250,000. Now, that wasn't too far off, but better than expected. Money markets raised to 92% the probability that the fourth straight 3/4 basis point rate hike from the Fed is coming down the pike on their next, November 1st, 2nd. 92%, another 3/4 point. The job claims, lower unemployment, and continued healthy wage growth means the labor market points to the labor market that Fed officials will likely see is keeping inflation too high. When good news is bad, it really defies all the logics. All the data kind of cemented another jumbo-sized 75 basis point rate hike in November as the labor market is still way too hot for the Fed's comfort zone, according to global strategist. This is a classic case of good news is bad news. The market took the good news of the robust labor market report, turned it into an even more vigilant Federal Reserve, potentially higher risks of a recession next year. The world is upside down, right? One economist said the Fed should not be reassured by the tight labor market because when the unemployment rate begins to rise, it does so quickly, and that is a leading indicator of a recession historically. We have not felt the full effects of the tightening yet, but they're going to keep going until eventually this thing turns over. And when it turns over, it's like the floodgates are going to open. You're not going to be able to stop the momentum, and you're going to go from one end of the spectrum to the other end of the spectrum and say, well, how do we stop this? You know. With that, we're about a minute from news break here. Get back to your calls coming up at 844-844-3388. Time for one quick blurb. I see the U.S. Postal Service announcing Friday they would like to raise the price of a first-class stamp by 4.2% to 63 cents to account for inflationary costs. They have filed the notice of the proposed 3-cent hike with the Postal Regulatory Commission, and they want the increase to take effect on January the 22nd, according to the Postmaster General. All right, it is 844-844-3388. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News.
I'm Tony Maruso reporting. A Russian missile attack early on Sunday struck an apartment block and other residential buildings in Ukrainian southeastern city of Zaporizhia, killing at least 13 people and wounding 89 others, according to Ukrainian officials. North Korea fired 2 ballistic missiles early on Sunday, authorities in neighboring countries said, the 7th such launch by Pyongyang in recent days. That added to widespread alarm in Washington and its allies in Tokyo and Seoul. Protests ignited by the death of a young woman in police custody continued across Iran on Sunday in defiance of a crackdown by the authorities as human rights groups said at least 185 people, including children, had been killed in demonstrations. This is USA Radio News.
Attention sports fans, your favorite sportsbook, BetUS.com, is back for their 28th year of NFL action. With the industry's biggest sign-up bonus of up to 200%, BetUS offers their members the opportunity to cash in on all their favorite leagues, including the NFL, NBA, MLB, and more. They've also got hundreds of new casino games, including the coolest European slots. And live dealers are waiting for you at the tables. You need a sportsbook with integrity and longevity. And you need to know that you're going to get paid. You need a sportsbook that offers everything, including live betting, MMA, golf, horses, esports, and all kinds of crazy bets. Call BetUS today at 1-800-79-BET-US. That's 1-800-79-BET-US. And they'll walk you through setting up an account. Nobody in the industry gives better bonuses than BetUS. Join now and use promo code COLLEGEFOOTBALL and get up to 200% in bonuses on your first deposit. That's promo code COLLEGEFOOTBALL for up to 200% in bonuses. Head to BetUS.com and join today. That's BetUS.com. BetUS, where the game begins.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Product claims without proof.
every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret's Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret.
Powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shine Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shine Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. You climb into your diesel and it feels like you're sitting on an ice cube. Imagine how your engine feels after a frosty night. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. As the temperatures drop, water that is emulsified within your fuel is released, adding more water into your system. Frozen water in your fuel lines, filter, or bowl will simply slow the flow, or worse, stop the flow of fuel in your system. No fuel flow, no start. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret.
Powered by science.
I saw another sporting news. The reigning NASCAR Cup Series champion, Kyle Larson. Apparently, he's got the green light from Rick Hendrick, the team owner, to attempt the double duty. The old Indianapolis 500, Coca-Cola 600. The double. Imagine that, racing 1,100 miles in a day. Yeah, provided that Kyle can secure competitive equipment for the IndyCar spectacle. Larson said nothing's changed in his desire to do the double, but this year, Hendrick and Jeff Gordon, vice chairman of Hendrick Motorsports, are up for the idea. Larson said, I want to be the best in the best equipment possible with the best crews. So, yeah, I mentioned to Jeff and Rick that I'd like to do it, but I also said the same thing a year ago. It's kind of up to the team to find something. Rick didn't want me doing it this year, but he said in the future I could. NASCAR officials had what was termed a productive 75-minute Saturday morning meeting with Cup Series drivers to address safety concerns with the next-gen race car, which was, of course, introduced into the series this year. Shared information with the drivers about a crash test in Ohio where NASCAR tested a new rear clip bumper structure in center section. They said the test went well. Kind of emblematic of NASCAR's desire to improve the lines of communication between the sanctioning body and the stakeholders. One of the near-term products of this desire will be the formation of a drivers' Safety group. Rear impacts with the next-gen car have been of particular concern given how rigid that section, which was designed to protect the fuel cell and prevent potential fires. NASCAR is looking for a way to increase the crushability of the rear clip to kind of diminish the severity of impacts on drivers. Any changes that they adopt will be incorporated for next season, they say. But hey, good morning, Big Moose.
Good morning. Take two. Hey, got Big Sexy on here with us. We've just been sitting here talking. This is Billy Texas last week is a bachelor, man.
Oh, boy. All right.
His time at bachelorhood is really drawing to a close pretty rapidly, and it's going to be a short week for us. I know I'm going to head down that way Thursday. And when was you planning on coming over, Big Sexy? You going to leave Thursday as well?
Probably Friday morning.
Well, the big bachelor party is Friday night, 8 o'clock at Calhoun's Restaurant, 4550 City Park Drive, Lee North City, Tennessee.
Well, hold it, Moose. Don't we need to make an announcement on that?
Well, we'll get to that in just a minute. We'll get to that in just a minute here.
Have you set up a GoFundMe with for a predetermined bail fund?
No, I haven't done that. We got it pretty well handled. I mean, it's going to be me and Big Sexy and D-Ranger and Gouger and then whoever else wants to come down. We was hoping you and the princess would come down, if not for the party, at least for the wedding,
I know somebody's going to jail.
I think it's going to be a good time. So, but anyway, Calhoun's Restaurant Friday night, and then the ceremony is going to be right there, and they going to have it outdoors there, and we're going to do that Saturday at 1 o'clock, and we've got a reception to follow. Going to play some music, got some good food catered in. So it was a big time. Now, go ahead, Big Sexy.
Well, that bachelor party is not going to be just a bachelor party, remember? We're going to also have a shower for him.
I'm going to let you break that news. I'm not going to be no part of that because I've not cleared that with Tex. So.
Oh. Well, I've already told Tex I'm going to break that news anyway. So, there's a reason that he's getting married, Steve. So we're also going to have the shower along with the bachelor party.
Okay.
Yeah, I didn't realize this was going to be a shotgun deal till I'd already committed to do it. But, one way or the other, we're going to get the legalities out of the way this weekend. So anybody want to send any, cards or well wishes or congratulatories or anything like that, 615 Bond Street, Lenore City, Tennessee. And that's the address, 37772. But now we're going to have a big time. Everybody's welcome. Y'all come, and we'll do it to it.
How about that?
Yeah, so I know we've been kind of building this thing up a little bit. I haven't talked a whole lot about it because, we didn't want to drive it into the ground, but we're right there close to D-Day now. So Friday's the big bachelor party, and then Saturday is D-Day. Saturday is the day that Hillbilly Tex is no longer a bachelor man.
Oh boy!
Yeah, I know Tex will appreciate anybody wanting to come over.
Yeah. But we'll get off here, Steve. I know you're going to have to take a 2-minute time out here pretty quick. We just want to give everybody a heads up But in the meantime, keep it twist as far as the solid sunny side up and do it to it like Pruitt used to do it to it. Come on.
All right. Thank you for the full report, as they say. Hey, for over 60 years, Sta-Bil has been the go-to additive when storing your boats, collector cars, generators, anything that's going to be sitting around for an extended period of time with gas in it. And there's a lot of things that are going to be going in the storage shed or the garage for the winter months here. Sta-Bil storage keeps gas fresh for 2 years, combating corrosion issues with the fuel system. So make sure you store your engine the right way with Sta-Bil. And for listeners of our program, by the way, I neglect to mention quite often enough that if you go to the parent company, goldeagle.com, the manufacturer of Sta-Bil, and, of course, now the parent company of Hot Shot Secret, use that coupon code Overnight Drive at checkout, and it's actually 15% off your order via the Gold Eagle website. 15% off using the coupon code Overnight Drive, and it's OVERNIGHT Drive, all one word, no space, Overnight Drive. That'll get you 15% off your order, Sta-Bil. And, of course, anything else on the website there, too. Get you some of that glass cleaner, the Clindo, the multi-purpose cleaner. Pappy, what's going on?
Yeah, things kind of died down a little bit, Steve. I figured I'd call you back. But, man, Steve, all I want to know, does Mr. Steve Sommers get to kiss the bride? Because if he does, I'm going to make my reservations to get down there, man. Roger that?
Roger, Dodger.
Hey, listen, man, big cookie tonight goes to Ranger. A heck of a call, man. Couldn't have said it better myself in the amount of time he said. I mean, he just hit everything that needed to be said. So with your permission, I'll hand out the big cookie to Ranger tonight.
There you go.
Steve, I can't believe October the 8th, I've been putting this daggone monkey suit on for 30 years.
Really?
30-year anniversary was Friday.
Wow.
Working for this place here. But what a ride, huh? Still doing it, too. What a ride. But, hey, man, I was going to call real quick to see if you got that email I sent you where we got, what's the president's name over there in Ukraine again?
Zelensky?
Yeah. Doesn't his name sure sound a lot like Lewinsky?
Yeah, it does.
Like Monica Lewinsky? Oh, boy. But anyway, he's calling for NATO to do a full-out strike on Russia, Steve.
And that's insane.
I think he's lost his marbles, man.
You sent me the link. I guess that's from some publication about London or something. Zelensky wants he wants NATO to implement preemptive strikes to let Russia know what kind of bad a shape they're going to be in if he opts to use a nuclear weapon. I mean, the first thing NATO jumps in, it's World War III, dummy.
Man, Steve, it's like, if I go to a boxing match, I'm going to root for somebody, but I'm not going to get in the ring with them.
Right.
I mean, we're halfway there anyway, to be honest about it. But what the heck, man? I mean, this is just getting out of hand. And I'm gonna dig in, do some research, and I've talked about this a couple years ago. How many times that we went to DEFCON 5,000 because of some computer glitch or somebody launching a missile or something being done? How many close calls we've had? And this all could go down just because of something stupid. Somebody doing something real stupid. But all right, my man, I know you're getting ready, getting close to a break here, and let me know if you're going to make that ride down there, man. I want to see Mr. Steve Sommers kiss the bride on Saturday, because I know I think I sent you a picture of the bride, and she's a looker, man.
Yeah. Yes. Yes.
So,
I hear you.
yes, sir. Be safe. Hammer down.
Thank you, Pappy. She's a looker, all right. Woo! I'm so happy for you, Tex. Speaking of doing stupid things, Kim Jong-un, as we're hearing in the news breaks there, again, two additional ballistic missiles early Sunday. The seventh such launch by Pyongyang, adding to widespread alarm in Washington, as well as Tokyo, Japan, Seoul, South Korea. Officials in the South Korean capital said this uptick in missile launches could signal it is closer than ever to resuming nuclear testing for the first time since 2017. Preparation observed at the test site supposedly has been going on for months now, they tell us. Both of Sunday's missiles reached an altitude of 60 miles and covered about 218 miles in the air. Japan's State Minister of Defense said the first was fired about 1:47 a.m., the second about 6 minutes later. They did fall outside of Japan's exclusive economic zone. They're looking into what type they were now, including the possibility that they were submarine-launched ballistic missiles. The U.S. military said we're consulting closely with allies and partners following these launches. It's highlighting the destabilizing impact of the North Korean nuclear arms ballistic missile programs. Okay, just every other day, something like that, another tests with Kim Jong-un. Good morning to Truck and Phil. Sent me a photograph of the big, beautiful Hunter moon shining bright this morning. Yeah, the full moon. Coffee up, morning, happy Friday. Steve Sommers in the Overnight Drive Nation. Big Hunter's moon in the sky. It's Monday edition there, Truck and Phil. Anyway, ready to depart Fort Wayne for the northwest Detroit suburb of Sterling Heights, Michigan. Make that flip back once again. 76 days till Christmas. There's Steve on board. Morning, Steve, and all the listeners out there. Here we go again. This Monday stuff is getting old. It was a nice weekend at the house, though. Yeah, not quite as relaxing as I hoped for, but I still made it through. Time to head in and get this day started. I'll be heading to Indianapolis with a load this time, then back to Columbus. Everybody enjoy the day. There you go. And we return into the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret.
Powered by science.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I have one question for you. Do you want to stop worrying about the IRS? If the answer is yes, then look no further. I've been around for years. I've helped countless people across the country, and my success rate speaks for itself. So now you know where to find good, honest help with your tax problems. What are you waiting for? If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed in years, call me now at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com for a free consultation and get your life back.
If you're looking to improve fuel economy, try Hot Shot Secret's Everyday Diesel Treatment. Order at hotshotsecret.com. And don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive to get 10% off your entire order.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Yeah, Ranger brought up the fact that, as we all know, by day one in office, Joe Biden, President of the United States, all the executive orders that were signed, undoing, overturning the previous administration's various policies, right? And not surprisingly, new study indicates that President Biden's energy policies have cost us, the United States, nearly $100 billion in annual output, leaving millions more barrels that could have been produced. The Committee to Unleash Prosperity, a group founded by economists Steve Forbes, Art Laffer, and Stephen Moore, discovered a trend while reviewing the oil and gas production under the previous two administrations. Between 2 and 3 million more barrels of oil would be produced each day, every day, if Trump had a second term, plus another 20 to 25 billion, with the B, billion cubic feet of natural gas produced as well. In addition, continuing Trump's policies would make domestic oil production far outpace the currently announced OPEC cut. Researchers claiming not a single barrel of oil would need to be sold from the U.S. strategic reserves after many humiliating months of begging Saudi Arabia and other OPEC countries to please increase their oil production. They've decided to do just the opposite, cutting back on supply, 2 million barrels per day to drive up the price of oil. According to Stephen Moore, these high prices at the pump are in no small part attributable to Biden's hostility to American oil and gas, adding that the radical environmentalist movement has led to substantial divestment in oil and gas development in this country. It's pretty much, we all know it, but the statistics are proving this out. This new analysis amid Biden's indication last Wednesday that he's going to continue to release oil from the SPR after OPEC revealed they're going to slash production by 2 million barrels per day. The price you pay, the unintended consequences. Elections have consequences, don't they? Have we figured that out? Hey, Knuckle Buster, you're going to get the final word this morning.
All right. Well, I appreciate all that there. Well, I read that the Army is set to buy computerized rifle sights for shooting down drones there. So I guess it's got a laser-guided bullet to it. I don't know. Well, they were talking about somebody getting married there, right?
Yeah, Hillbilly Tex. Charge.
Well, yeah, let me tell you something. The Bible will tell you that God created all men free and equal. If you get married, it's your own damn fault. I have nobody to blame but myself there, right?
Uh-huh.
Yeah, I see we're going to make it through this full moon without having any weirdos pull up there beside me, so I'm glad for that one there. Well, I want to tell Alabama, Ohio State, if you're going to lose a game, you better lose it in October. Don't lose one in November there, right? You can't have got no.
When do you know when do they get around with coming out with the BCS rankings? How is that getting close?
Yeah, it'll be getting close somewhere around the 1st of November, I think.
All right.
Well, let's cap this off with some good news there. The annual fleet maintenance product showcase contains products, equipment, and service categories and 375 total products. This gallery highlights the featured products within the lubricants, filters, and chemicals category, which includes the #1 product, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment plus Winter Defense. And from Lubrication Specialties.
How
And
about
I
that?
won't even bother reading. Yeah, I won't even bother reading the rest of that garbage. So that's a brownie point for Chris there, right?
And that product just came out like September 30th, brand new, hot off the press.
Yes, sir. All right, that's all of my bull on it. You better wind this thing on up so you can kick it on down the road to the house.
Appreciate you helping us out this Monday morning there, Knucklebuster. All right, one last tidbit. I notice I didn't get back to the rest of the story. Maybe we'll save this, but yeah, still the finger pointing going on in Florida. Why did so many not evacuate? Why did so many stay so close to the shore with the storm surge coming? Many are looking at the decision by officials in Lee County to delay ordering a mandatory evacuation till Tuesday, the 27th, the day before the hurricane made landfall. That was more than a day after the Hurricane Center warned of a life-threatening storm surge of up to 7 feet that could hit that county. Again, and of course, that storm surge ultimately ended up being 12, 15 feet in some of the coastal areas. All right, we'll close it out on a Monday. See you back at the midnight hour tonight. Hope you'll join us again for our next edition of the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
You'll never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but